Welcome back to Stationeers, the deepest 3D first-person reality simulation that exists so far. This game is years ahead of where gaming is today, and that's probably why it's such a niche game, why so few people have picked up on it, not seeing how important it is that we have this around, that we should all help support it. Put money into it, you know, buy the game, buy the DLC, some of that is explicitly for supporting the devs. This game is important, and if you don't care about that, then that's sad. That's just sad. So, where were we last time? My oxygen canister is at minus 13 degrees. It's heating up in this warm room, a room that is so warm that I will get a warning very soon. My lungs are already damaged. I have some pill here that I can eat to heal myself, but it's the only pill I have. And it's too hot now.
Temperature high.
Let's open the door for a moment and let in the bitter cold of Europa. Minus 140 degrees Celsius out there. But it's pure oxygen. And in this game you don't have a realistic simulation yet, I hope. I hope they add that still, where breathing pure oxygen is not the ideal choice. And in reality there's also CO2 poisoning. See, when you have the feeling of suffocation, when you for example hold your breath and it gets very unpleasant, that is not the absence of oxygen, that is the overpresence of CO2. CO2, the combination of oxygen and carbon from your body, a waste product, it has to be breathed away, and your body will react to an overpresence of it. This means though that if there's just an underpresence of oxygen, your body will not necessarily detect that, and so if you are for example in a basement and there's some gas around that you don't detect, then you might just fall over and die. That is a known problem. Carbon monoxide, for example. But CO2 is not just something that you want to get rid of, your feelings tell you that, but it is also poisonous. In our atmosphere we have less than 1% CO2, and here in this game you can have a room that is flooded with CO2. As long as there's enough oxygen for you to also breathe, that's fine. I hope they change that later, and maybe make it optional so that beginners still have a chance to get into this, but I would prefer to have a more realistic simulation in that regard. Temperature has descended. Yeah, by me opening the door for a short moment, the entire room cooled down significantly, and the furnace doesn't have so much heat anymore, so yeah, it's still heating up the room, but not as much as before. Minus 11 degrees. That's still a bit too cold for me to breathe, but I have to go mining. You know what? Let's risk it. Oh, and maybe I should also take a large battery. If I can print one, I can. Because the mining drill is empty too quickly. So I rather want to swap its battery for a large one. This one's empty anyway. I will probably explain a few things that I have already explained the first time soon enough, but now I first have to get into gear. Huh. Where do I put this? Turn on your air and filter and AC also, as you get too cold, or you suffocate, or you suffocate. I don't remember what resources we exactly need, so let's just look for all of them. Up there you can see that it's still early access, there's some things that are not yet nice, but the landscape, the terrain system, will actually be reworked during this year. That's a plan that they have. One of the next things to do during this year is the plan. And then it would probably no longer be infinite. Currently it's kind of like in Minecraft, except in Minecraft that's more diverse than here. The only diversity that you have here is, well, the occasional random mountain and the distribution of ores on the surface, which continues under the surface also, and there are even ways to detect ore under the surface later. Matrix style. Gold. Oh, that's nice. And iron too. Definitely need more iron. Used all the iron for steel, which gave us the station battery. And now our power problems are quasi-solved. I still have to toss in the occasional coal stack, and I should definitely make some solar panels that are pointed at the sun automatically, which they are not. They don't point at the sun by themselves, you have to tell them where to point. So we would have to program for that or put up some logic chips. If a solar panel is not pointed directly at the sun, it will produce significantly less electricity, and the further it's out of perpendicular angle, the less energy you get out of that, until you get nothing, even way before you reach the 90 degrees angle. So yeah. You see here the occasional air movement. That is because basically a vacuum is created by me mining this away. That is not realistic, but at least you see the atmospheric system in action. We're still in the takeoff phase, you know, where we're still standing beside the lander where we started in the previous video. After I had explained all the things about my views on Stationeers, its importance in the world, and how Stationeers can be classified. Is it a game in a classical sense? Well, it is a simulation, and games are also generally simulations, where you run in a game loop, and this then drives your interest, your motivation. I mean, ultimately, see, I have thought deeply about the concept of will and emotion and enjoyment and all of that. And my conclusion is this: ultimately, a game is to be a playground for your will and a reason for your will to use the playground. That is basically all the rules that it really has to follow. Because will can go any place it wants to. It should just kind of rhyme. It should have some kind of flow to it, and of course some motivation for you to keep going. That's all. And this is what this game has extremely. Why am I making this station? I mean, it's of course hyperbolic when I say it like this, but when I say that asking why to even build a station in Stationeers, why do you do that, is like asking why even live. Yes, it's hyperbolic, but see, you can always widen your question asking in this regard further until only a question mark remains with no answer. And in Stationeers, you have to indeed widen that question a lot, because what I'm currently doing is I'm trying to get the resources so that I have some wind turbines, so that I can build, well, what is it that I want to build? I want to build the tool manufactory, for example, so that I can get some mining belts and some mining backpacks for, you know. Then I want a better mining drill. I want more cables. I need to expand my station. I want the temperature to be controlled automatically. So actually I should try to get some the right materials to produce the microchips, because I prefer to just use the programming instead of the logic chips, and I think that makes sense if I show you that instead of the logic chips. I mean, I have tons of videos up that explain all of that in detail, so that's not see, the purpose of this video is not so much to teach you how to play the game, but to teach you to play the game. I want to get you to do that. That's what this is about. And now we're already full again. Have to go back. Oh, where's the station? Now that we still have sun? Okay, I think it was over there. Like 20 degrees, yeah. I hope I'm not wrong about that. The music is not from the game. The game doesn't have music, but in the title screen. This is just a radio station. Oh no, I am dropping gold. I don't want that. But there's something I can do. I already did that in the previous video. Would you please stay? What is happening? What I did in the previous video was I just mined something and then eventually moved the mining drill into my mining backpack, and then I picked up everything that I had dropped to the ground, and so I could continue.
Hydration critical.
Yeah, this air movement is quite annoying here, and in my opinion also it is a faulty aspect of the simulation. I mean, if you think about this and discuss it with them, then you will realize they had good reasons to do it like this, but it doesn't change the fact that it's far from realistic, that you have a strong air movement just by digging away a shovel of dirt, you know. And on Venus, where the pressure is really high, the wind storm experience, you will be blown around just by mining. I mean, it's extreme. But okay. Okay, I'm full. 20 degrees then, let's go there. I hope that was right. It was next to the mountain, wasn't it? I mean, it just... Ah, there it is. Okay. We could go in here to be quicker, but I don't want to waste the heat, because the furnace is no longer screaming at the room, I think. Oh, look at that. But our station battery has been somewhat discharged by charging this battery up from the ground up. Let's swap this one, so it's fresh again for next time. And actually no, I will now smelt some iron so we can make the chutes, so that this thing will toss into the room, for still there's a storm ahead of us. Where do I do this? I had a certain phase when playing Stationeers in the first 1 or 2 months when I actually had managed to get into this game. It's hard to explain. Let me try. So I felt like I was finding myself in a reality that I could meaningfully control, and that was deeply simulated. I know these all sound like hollow sentences from some kind of store page of the game. Yeah, well, how do I phrase this? It's, you know, emotion is not just fear and love and anger and such. It's music. And how do I describe the notes to you with a sheet system that doesn't exist yet? I don't know how to phrase it. But this feeling of this is my home. I mean, okay, some idiot might not pipe up, oh, you're sitting in your mom's basement playing all the time. Fuck off, okay? If you don't want to enjoy yourself, go ahead. But if you want others to not enjoy themselves, you're just an evil asshole. So, finding myself in a reality like a home. Then when the temperature wasn't right, I would adjust it. When the pressure wasn't right, I would do so. When the mixture was not right, I would install systems that would take care of that. I would expand the rooms, I would build more machinery, I would find some solutions to common problems. What I'm gonna do with the arc furnace, for example, over there on the screen, when I would put up some shoes that would toss the stuff into the station, I hadn't done that after the first like 300 or 400 hours, or 500 even. it's ridiculous that I didn't come up with this earlier. In other words, I'm taking away some of the joy that you will have discovering ideas, and that is something you have to keep in mind. So if you think now you want to try Stationeers, you want to buy that thing for the $30 or so dollars or euros or what it costs, you think that it is worth it, you think that this game is indeed a development that is valuable, that should exist, so you should also finance it even if you won't actually get into the game, then do so and stop watching this video or any other videos. Get into it and enjoy it. This is really a unique experience that you can't have again until someone comes up with a similar game in the future, a better one. But still then at that point, this kind of virginity of yours will have been taken. This is a moment in your life where you can make a choice to have an experience that can never be had again, and it is great. This game again is years ahead of where gaming is, and I am sure that we will have atmospherics in many games that are completely unrelated to the topic, like a detective game where you can feel the seat is still warm and deduce from that, or smell that there's some guard behind a corner smoking a cigarette, or seeing some heat signatures, or will change the atmospheric composition of a fighting arena, or you shoot the wall behind your enemies so that eventually it catches fire and they have to move to different places out of their cover, and then you can take them down. There is so many possibilities that are untapped, and this game opens this up because, having the idea of creating such a thing is one thing. Many people have had the idea, I could imagine. But then this didn't come to fruition. But now we have an example that everybody can experience. We have an example that can be experienced, a manifestation of the idea, a demonstration, a proof, a prototype that shows that it is possible. So they can walk through this and play this and imagine, hey, what if there would be a fighting scene in this? And translate that in the other direction. Let's think about Doom 3, which I have played to death. I love that game. Yeah, and even with the flashlight force, even with the flashlight that you either have to use or the weapon, I like that. The game's darkness is part of the gameplay. Okay, you can cope with that. That just belongs. But okay, opinions differ. Anyway, the point is, I believe that most people who have played that game agree that it is a great game. A great experience, and I particularly also like the hell aspects of that, the emotion and so forth, the crying souls, the sobbing. I mean, this might sound weird when I say it, but in the same way it might sound weird when someone tells you that they like to watch horror films. Oh, what a weird person. Dude, grow up, okay? If your experience, your desire to experience life is so shallow and so narrow that you can't even fathom that someone might like such things, that you would even go so far as to tell them that they shouldn't, then you are a child. You are mentally immature. Period. Anyway, now in Doom, when you have your big firefights, there's so much machinery in there, but it's all facade. And Minecraft taught us that things don't have to be facade. They can be real. When I built my first mob grinder in Minecraft, utilizing purely the world simulation, just using the darkness where mobs then would spawn, and then using some mechanics like water flowing to move them off platforms, or move them to a firewall where they would burn up, and then they would drop their stuff, and this would then be carried by water to a place where I would gather all of that, and I would happily just have all of that. For example, the gunpowder from the creepers to create explosives. That was a revelation to me. That was once again an experience I hadn't had before. A new paradigm, a new dimension of what's possible in gaming. Emergent gameplay, emergent reality simulation, and you have that a ton in this game also. Now, in Doom you only have the facade, but imagine that the facade would be also consisting of blocks, that a door would always really be a door. I mean, think about games that you play, think about action games, adventure games that you play when you walk around in the 3D world. What you're doing usually is you're looking around which of the things in the world are real and which are only decoration. Ultimately, of course, they have their place. They create the flavor, the feeling, the mood, but you must also admit that some doors being real and some doors just being there for decoration, or just giving you some kind of thudding sound and saying this door is locked, when the truth is, and you kind of know that by over time, that most of these doors that just don't exist, it's just a fake. This is you creating a filter in your mind through which you will then see this reality. You will experience that reality of that game through that filter instead of seeing the reality for what it is, seeing the reality itself. And in Stationeers, you can see the reality for what it is. Because Stationeers is the first game, I think so, the first game that ever existed where everything that you see is real. The furnace over there is real. Its power switch is real. This thingy here that measures the cable is real. The door is a real thing. If you find a door in Stationeers, it is a door. Everything here is real. So now imagine Doom with some kind of world block building technology and with working machineries, or Deus Ex 1, of which I'd love to at some point maybe create some kind of remake, a faithful but worthy improvement remake that doesn't exist yet. I know it's a fickle topic. Where in the end, you know, the Win-O-Matic with the 3 buttons where you have to activate some machineries and such, imagine that stuff would really be working. And imagine that your firefights would also damage stuff, so you would have to repair it so that it gets working again. That is not yet existing, and you might think, it's also boring, we don't want that. We want that. Some of us do. See, Stationeers is also not for everybody, but the thing is, at the beginning, I mean, why did I buy Stationeers? I don't remember exactly how it was, but I remember when I started my first game on the moon, and I was standing there next to the lander. I had no clue what to do, what to click, what was around me, what I had to do. And then I saw my inventory and I found out that I have to press the Alt key, something that I think some kind of pop-up on screen should really tell you in the beginning, because that is one key thing that gets you into the game or doesn't get you into the game, that you know that you can use the mouse pointer. I mean, everybody understands a mouse pointer, but nobody can imagine that you can have one if they don't tell you or how to get it. So then I was clicking around there and saw my spacesuit, and I had this oxygen canister and a waste canister, and I could click all these gadgety buttons which all had a purpose, and I suddenly felt this is real. This is real stuff. And I always wanted more realism in games, a deeper experience. I mean, back then, the exploding barrels in Doom, that was an addition to just shooting monsters, particularly if the monsters were nearby and were blown apart by the explosion. Or in Half-Life, when we had the physics where you could stack stuff, and you see, always new things are being added, and then there's lighting, and you turn on and off a light in a shooter, even though it's completely unnecessary, but it's nice, it feels good, it's decorative. Then there are toilets that you can flush in shooters for no purpose. I love that crap. That's awesome. That belongs. More and deeper reality, I want that. It doesn't have to add to the gameplay at all, it just has to be there. That's my feeling. And here it absolutely adds to the gameplay. So, let's continue. Iron is being melted. I will make some chutes here to get that stuff into the station. That will be easy, but well, yeah, I have an idea. It's not a good idea though. I need to be able to trigger this thing still. I can't reach far. See, I'm currently imagining where do I place that thing so that the cables still work. There's a way. I can just pipe the cable through here. Yeah, okay, let's do that. Let's move that thing. Before I put up the chutes and thus kind of cement. Oh! That's the storm. And so now we have here somewhere, where is it? There's a cable analyzer that tells us how much electricity is coming in. 800 watts are coming in now through this wind turbine. When before it was only like 20, 30, 50 watts maybe, if you were lucky. Okay, Windows is telling me some stupid crap. So let's look at the upright wind turbines. Which, like, once again, they have a kit of which they are built, but this kit only has one variant, so the scroll wheel while building will not do anything. And this is the constructed thing. It will not use any electricity. And you can see here, during a storm, it can create up to 800 watts. But there's another wind turbine, the large ones, the tall ones, and during a storm it can produce up to 10,000 watts. They have a larger footprint, so you need more space to place them, and they're also more tricky to build. They are more tricky to build. Need more resources, and their output is not so much higher than the upright wind turbines, but the difference during a storm is vast. So is a strategic decision. You can build more station batteries and even large station batteries, and then basically live from storm to storm. That's a viable approach. So can I move the arc furnace now, or is this not a good idea? See, during this storm, you cannot find your station. It's without help, you can't. It's just a fruitless endeavor.
Power low.
Important to have one free hand when I do this, else it will be gone with the wind. And the wind will also take your lander, which now it can't since there is none. I dismantled it. Okay, this looks alright. Now I have to go in there with a cable. Can I? Or have I blocked my path? Haha, this will work. Oh, this was wasteful. I explained some of the mechanics of how you do this in the first video of this series. But see, my idea here with this video series, which seems like a rehash of all the others that I've done, is to talk more about why Stationeers and what is it, while also telling you how to play it, than to just teach you all the details of how to get into it. So if you really want to get into it, that's what my other series are good for. Some of them are actually well explained, some others not so much. Okay, now we need some chutes. Station battery is still blinking, even though 800 watts are coming in. It tells you what kind of beast that is, I mean storage-wise. 800 watts. But you know, it was 20,000 watts that were coming in from the... Oh, that works? Oh, nice. From the coal generator, and is now just 800. Would be nice to have another upright wind turbine right now, huh? But I'm pretty sure that the timing will not work out. The storm will not last that long. And then I would have wasted all that running around. I don't want the hectic. I have enough coal. Whatever. Ah, that was stupid. I should have removed that first. Oh, yeah, let's print the chutes also. Okay, that doesn't work without electricity. Oddly. Again, these aspects, this detailed fiddly building, shouldn't be something that puts you off, but instead you should try to like it. I mean, currently you might kind of sitting there impatiently in front of the screen, but you should remember that very often in your life you have experienced that when you get going, when you're doing a thing, even if it's just using the broom to clean the yard, that is something you like to do. If you get into it, And see, that's what I meant. Will just needs a playground to be entertained. It doesn't have to be... It doesn't have to be necessarily a Pac-Man-like thing where everything is colorful and where there are monsters and such. There's so many different games types out there. So do we have electricity? We do. Shoots, please. I will need about 12 or so, I think. Let's just print all the iron into that. I have enough. But should I melt something now? That would be gone with the wind. I don't want that. Nope. Could, of course, risk melting some gold. That will take a long time. Oh, look at that. Yeah. The storm can look a bit better. I have turned up all my graphics settings to max, except the storm, because doing my recordings it is just too slows it down too much. Well, and we also need to drink, right? And we need to eat, and so... Oh, 53 degrees. Bit warm. I wonder if my lungs are actually taking damage from this... from this cold gas that I'm breathing, because it doesn't... Oh, the storm's over. It doesn't heat up. While it is in my backpack.
Air tank critical.
See, it's still at minus 11 degrees, and maybe I got some more lung damage by now. How is our air doing? Ah, 9 degrees. That's even warmer than the tank now. So guess what? Yeah, 9 degrees, and it's heating up. Now we have blown through all that iron, but yeah, we have more, so not a problem. I will now smelt some gold. And let's put up those chutes. Take some more with me for good measure. Close the helmet and turn on your devices. Seems a bit tedious, right? Well, you can leave your devices on. Depending on your inner circumstances in your station, your suit will not consume much electricity or waste much of your oxygen tank. Sometimes it won't even use any of that. I haven't yet nailed down what exactly the circumstances are, but I haven't yet investigated it either. I mean, as in, if I would investigate that decidedly, then I would probably figure it out. Anyway, you can get a hard suit later that has a chip. You can place a chip in there, and so you can program the suit. When it detects there's low pressure, or it's too cold, or too hot, or there's pollutant or something else, then it can automatically close the helmet and automatically turn those things on, and vice versa. You can do that yourself. But not now. We don't have that yet. Okay, let's put up the chutes. This is like the cables and the pipes, something that... a kit that you can... with various parts... Except the cables and pipes are very similar. This, though, has very different things. For example, a junction where things are connected, or a valve that you can turn on and off so things don't get through.
Oxygen critical.
Oh, I haven't taken my oxygen canister with me, it appears. Not good. Let's see what happens if I don't take any measures. Soon we will see the colors fade because
pressure critical.
Because I'm dying. I have used up all the oxygen in my suit.
Cognition low.
See? Cognition low. Colors are fading. And if I fall over, then I will
low pressure.
Necessarily die.
Temperature low.
So let's recover from that somewhat. Oh, that was not good. I have actually damaged my lungs severely now. You shouldn't do that, but you know, for demonstration purposes. And I sure know how to deal with that, so. And once again, let there be light. And now finally the chute outlet, which is always around the corner, so... See, the auto-rotate key does us quite some service here. I will point it not to the left, but to the right, because on the left I will have another chute system for the input side. And that wouldn't be good if that thing would keep feeding itself what it has already smelted, which it can. Yep. Realize I need some more of this now. So let's put chute inlet up here. It is not wise to put the chute inlet down here on ground level. This here would be fine, but I don't have enough chutes to make that happen. Like to go bing 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 around the corner. I can't do that right now. It's not wise to do that down here, because then often when you come home and toss some stuff down, then it will just end up in there, because this is one of the grabby ones. This is also one of the grabby ones, but also, but only in regards to ingots. But there's also the recycler that you can make. That's an actual shredder, and this guy is not a grabby one, because that would be unfair. Okay, where shall we go next? I need to melt some iron, so let's do that then. And I would also like to automate the arc furnace thing. I don't have the materials yet. See, I can toss something with Q. And so I will just do that with logic chips, so we can get a demonstration of what that's like. What's happening? I need to drink something. Do I have something here? I have something on me. I will use this though, so that what's on me will constantly always be full enough. This breathing pain kind of thing lasts longer than it needs to, so don't bother. I mean, the moment you have removed the reason for it, you're fine. Is this still... No, it's still burning, you can see that. It's still smelting stuff. And when it's done, it will rain down right here. Maybe I should have elongated that slightly, but then it would be one block further down. I might actually run into it with my head. I don't want that. I could also have done this differently so that this is pointed downwards. Maybe I should actually do so. Could I get some iron, please? Or what is going on? Oh, I didn't do anything. This was just timing. So this thing is ready for smelting. Nothing is smelting currently. I click, and now it's smelting iron, which is in this stack and was fed in there automatically. And what came out, that's right here. So I need some more chutes because I have some plants here. Therefore, I will just take what we have so far. I want to make this a bit more beautiful. And then an outlet. Oh. That shouldn't happen. Outlet. Yeah, that's proper. This is the way. Now I will toss that right on my head. Which doesn't do damage. Continue, please. Okay, well, we need to do some things. I need to create an ice crusher so that I can crush this water, and advanced stationeers will know you don't need an ice crusher, but I will possibly show you that later. Or should I do that right away? Yeah, let's do that right away. See, the ice crusher is a device much like the table, except vertical, with an opening where you toss in the ice, and then it will heat up the ice and shred it when the ice is warm enough. And then you get out on the other side whatever's in the ice. For example, water ice has water, and it also has nitrogen, so you will get out some liquid and you will also get out some gas. And that crusher indeed has two outputs. So you can pipe the water away, and you should also give the nitrogen a means to escape, because once you have reached too high pressure, I guess that thing might explode. You have to get rid of that gas somehow. But there's also other ices with other content, and that's what the crusher will then pump into the pipes. You can program the ice crusher and other devices. You can read out values. For example, I can read whether the door is open or is closed through this logic connector here, and I can also define whether it's closed or opened. Huh. I just double-clicked. And in this way I can also program the crusher to not heat up the ice, but to just crush it, so the outcome will then be almost 0 degrees water, which is cold. But that's alright, it's good enough for the plants and good enough for you to drink, so why not? It would save you tons of electricity, because the thing consumes 1000 watts while it heats up the ice, and heating up the ice also takes time. So I want to build a corner thing here and a corner thing there. Yep. Yeah, iron smelting is rather quick. Gold takes some time. I could have used windows outlet, I need inlet here. I could have used chutes with windows, like an opening, where you can look what's inside there, but I would only have the opportunity in this setup to see it in this one place, and yeah, why bother? Okay, look at that. See, we're getting some kind of flow going. Now it's easier for us to get the resources that we need for our manufactories. Isn't that cool, this kind of soft upgrading instead of leveling? Want to melt that, or do I? It doesn't matter. This consumes electricity, of which I don't have too much. Currently we're consuming 30 watts. Let's turn this thing on again. 230, 30, 230, 30. It's flipping back and forth every time it gets to the next bit of the stack. And here we can see what's coming in is 160 watts, which could actually be basically the average of what this is. If you look at this, that could be just the middle of it, so we're basically not withdrawing any power from the station battery. Maybe. Would be nice to have another of the upright wind turbines. I think that's a good feeling, yeah. Let's put up 3 more of these. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's do that. I think we can manage. Upright wind turbine, for which we need iron. We have. Gold and copper. Gold we also have. Copper we don't have too much. Oh, we do. Now you have to keep in mind this thing will just keep producing. It will just keep producing, will burn through your resources, which
Waste tank caution.
is not a problem, because at the beginning you will have I mean, later you will need all those wind turbines anyway, or however you get your electricity. But at the beginning you don't want to blow through the meager resources that you have. It's a broad, you know, this is a wide area that you have to govern. I mean, I'm not talking about the station, but conceptually, a wide thing that you have to keep in balance. And so if you push this very far into the future, the rest will suffer for you us lacking the resources. See, you have to keep the balance. So let's reassess. What's the situation? Well, we have lung damage. We're dirty, a dirty bastard. Our waste tank is rather full. While this thing is producing, I will set up the other wind turbine, because I just want to see that extra electricity in action. Oh yeah, I need to weld these to make that happen. Nothing's coming in here, Currently we're getting 20-ish watts, which is very little. 30 watts is rising. And now it's 80 watts and rising. And it rises faster, obviously, because the rise factor is multiplied by 2. That's the wind speed changing constantly. It's still producing. The next one is almost done. And I wanted to make overall 4. So now the third one is in the making. Then we will have 4. What's coming in? 250 watts. What's going out? 230 watts, because we're producing. So we have net positive. Could turn this dude off also. Would save some electricity, but instead I will push again here. Yeah, the waste tank. Let's talk about this. Like I said, we're breathing in whatever's in here. This will be fed into our suit. Let's say, I'm not sure what would happen if there would be actual pollutant in there, which is poison. I mean, oxygen and pollutant. I don't know. I have never tested that. If you also have a pollutant filter here, maybe you will be fine. Maybe they will be filtered out right away, though I can't quite imagine that to be the case, since what's happening here is this is gas being filtered out from my suit. But if this is put into my suit and then filtered out, I too will be exposed to it. So I would think that putting also some pollutant in there will be unsafe. Haven't tried that yet. I forgot the iron sheets that we will need to weld the surface. Wrong. Right. The next storm will be in a few days, in a week maybe. They are not too frequent. And you can put up a weather station that will warn you one day before the storm. Or half a day, I don't know exactly the time frame. So let's place that dude as closely as we can to this one. Can we walk in between them? Yes, we can, so that we will find. Let's see, can I place another one? Oh! Without adding more boxes here, I could add 2 more wind turbines. Let's not do that now. Let's just enjoy what we will get here. In preparation, I will not make a curve, but just cross through it. Oh, we get 1 more heavy cable. It's exactly what we need. Currently we're getting in 260-ish watts. And now it should be over 500, and it is. Now we're getting over 500 watts constantly. Wind turbines, yeah baby. Yeah, we can point at the solar panel and then it will tell us that it is damaged. That walks through the window also. You can see health is at 70%, so damage is logically at 30%. I can repair that using duct tape, or I can use glass sheets, or Mark II duct tape, or I can use stellite glass sheets, which would be a waste because that doesn't improve the thing but is expensive material. And I can also deconstruct it. And you can cheat here. You can deconstruct the thing and just reconstruct it, and then it will be healed again. That's a sad circumstance in my opinion. And actually, is that necessary? I know that that items... Okay, let's just test that. I want to find out. Because I just had an idea that I have to post in the forums. You might think that this is, oh, you want to say something in the forums, haha, and the devs will surely jump to what you're saying then, haha. Dude, I know they won't, but they do actually listen to us, and quite a few things that they have been doing were part of what I have suggested. Doesn't mean that they did it because I suggested this, because while I'm an avid reader, I don't read everything in there, and also maybe they had that on their agenda for a long time already, so yeah, I don't know. But anyway, yeah, actually in at least one, or was it 2, beta changes, I have been quoted as the contributee with the suggestion. Now we can see the damage is at 0%. I will take a screenshot. And done. Suggested in the forums. I was in the bug channel and said, dude, if we deconstruct this and then the damaged item, okay, if I have a solar panel here and deconstruct it, why shouldn't the item then also be damaged? Items can be damaged, you know, by the storm, for example, or by fire. Why shouldn't this then just result in a damaged item? And if you build then the solar panel, if you construct it from the damaged item, why shouldn't the damage level exactly carry over? This would close that. It seems like, man, this is the golden idea. How has this not happened yet? I hope that they do this, man. I just feel like digging. Also, we don't have too much of this stuff yet, and we will need a lot of it at some point. Alrighty, very low production I would assume. 19, 8 watts, 3 watts, 2 watts. 2 watts from 4 wind turbines. The wind is not moving at all right now. Not good. So, where was I? Why was I out here? Because of the solar panel, yeah. I wanted to deconstruct and reconstruct it. To see if that sheet is still in there. And I hope it will be removed. Silicon, okay. Do so, please. And that's our treasure chest. Let's make some more heavy cables. I will need them eventually. It's good to have them on hand. Currently we're drawing about 300 watts, while what's coming in is only... Oh! We're getting 400 watts right now. That pleases me. Open this. So, about the waste canister, it fills, and once it has reached 4 megapascals, the spacesuit's machinery cannot keep up and can no longer pump the air, the gas, the waste stuff from your suit's vessel, the 100 liters or what it is, within which you find yourself, into the waste canister. And so it can no longer pump, and that will then be as if you don't have the waste canister.
Waste tank critical. Waste tank caution.
And this means that you can no longer get rid of the waste stuff, or also temperature regulation will be hampered. That's not what you want. Hey, where's the sun? Is it... Is that Jupiter or that? If I make this mountain a bit rounder, can I confuse the two? This looks like a lot of cables, right? It's not. It's not. It's just a few. Yeah, I need to drink something at some point. This one's empty, this one's at 16%, this one is at 100%, and we have 100% here. Of course, we still have this stupid tank here, since I'm on easy mode, I guess, which has lots of water in it. How cold is it, by the way? 14, and this one is above... Oh, it's still... Oh, look at that, there's still some frozen water in there. Still at this point. Interesting. Even though it's above 0 now. I find that a bit confusing.
Power low.
Anyway, and here we have the... Ah, look at that! Almost at 0.
Air tank critical.
And here, like I said, you can see, I said that in the previous video in episode 1, I said convection, if it's positive, means this thing convects, it touches heat away from itself into the environment. So the environment gets warmer and the thing gets colder. It's an equalization, of course, it is, you know. And here, the opposite is happening, it is warming up from the environment. Why it is currently... Oh, right, I dunked my oxygen canister in there, which is now still below 0. Just like this thing here, I would assume.
Air tank critical.
Yep. Oh, now it's heating up. Oh, let's leave that out there then. Just don't forget to take it with. It's always awkward when that happens. Ah, shit. It's a bit dark in here, ain't it? And always with the light, with the flashlight. That's annoying, man. Should I go mining again? I should, because I want to also make the chip and such. For that, I need resources I don't have yet. So let's look at my air canister, which is at above 0 degrees. And yeah, again, about the waste canister, what can I do with it? I can empty it, for example. But if I do this now, I will have a problem. I will need the furnace again. And the room temperature is currently a cozy 42.8 degrees. Bit hot, but it's alright. And eventually I will have to open the door again because I don't yet have a cooling solution. You can, of course, use the... where is it? I have a portable AC somewhere here. I actually don't know where it is. An air conditioner. Ah, there it is. It needs a lot of electricity, but it can also heat or particularly cool a room quite a lot. So that's really helpful. There's also the portable scrubber somewhere here, which I can use to get rid of the pollutant here or other gases. But it's of course cooler to go deep, because these are kind of magical devices. These are things... See, I mean, this game has been in early access for 5 or more years already, and they will keep going. You bet your ass they will, because they know what golden thing they have here, even though it's not monetarily gold. But you know, some people are in it for the creation and not for the cash. Of course, their business has to stay viable, and that's not what I'm saying. But their value is not the shareholder, and they don't have shareholders, I think. Anyway, where was I? See, and at the beginning, to make things happen, to make it possible that you have this experience, they put in some magical devices. For example, the jetpack, which excretes a wee bit of gas to lift my my like 70 plus kilograms plus my 20 or so kilogram suit, I would assume, I don't know, and fly around and stabilize even. That's magical, totally, man. With that little bit of gas, impossible to do. I mean, just compare that to the amount of gas exchanged when I open the airlock to the inside without actually using the vent. This is extreme. And in this way, there's more magical devices in there. Trying to swap this. Like, for example, the portable scrubber and the air conditioner. They have demagified them somewhat by now, but there's still some... They're kind of overpowered, you know? A beginner, of course, will appreciate them, but a seasoned stationeer would like to... certainly would like to do that properly, to put some atmospheric system in here that pump the air from the station through filtration and then back out to the station. Ideally from here to over there or vice versa, which will then create a draft, a constant airstream, because if you pump from this place to this place, then the cleaned air will slowly have to exchange itself with the rest, but you can do that more forcefully. Yeah, that is simulated. And that is not even simulated dedicatedly, because by now, you know, there's just this cell-by-cell atmospherics room simulation, and what I just described to you would naturally emerge from that, and yes, it does. So, mining. Do I still have time to mine, or did I talk too much? Right, and now I have to open my waste canister. No, I actually don't. That's what I wanted to say. Instead of opening that, I will make another canister, for which I need iron. And I will use that instead.
Waste tank critical.
Because then I can use the valuable CO2 that I've created with my body for the plants. They need that stuff to live, else they will die, and so will I, because I don't have food, ignoring the tons that I still have since I'm playing easy mode for you. Filters on. And let's see if we can find some... Is that lead down there? Maybe. Some nickel. That is copper. We have been there, I think. Direction should be 90 degrees. More copper, 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 copper. Iron also. Bzzz. Yeah, see here, there's... I talked about the field of view in the first video, and I must say, I absolutely from the bottom of my heart hate developers who decide to limit the maximum field of view that you can set. This is the minimum, and this is maximum, it's very, very large, to set that too low, so that the highest you can get basically, more, for example, is this or whatever. Because, like I explained, it's not arbitrary. Okay, let's be a bit more thorough about this then. Let's imagine that you input the environment in which you sit right now, your living room or wherever that is, into the computer, point by point. So you have a proper 3D representation, and then you show that on a screen, and then you carry that screen in front of you. And the software makes it so that the screen's content is aligned 100% with the 3D world around you. So you could basically look through the screen. Now what happens if the screen grows magically? Which you can make it happen actually in reality, that's the thing, we have that feature by now. You can pull it closer. See, it is the effective size that matters. So if the size is bigger, the effective size, if you pull it closer or if it's just bigger, then you will see less of the actual world around the screen, but you will see more of the rendered world in, or rather through, the screen. So in this moment then, the field of view of what you have on the screen has to be wider. It has to show more of the surrounding world. And in this way, the screen that is close to me on my desk, it needs to show a wider field of view if it is effectively larger. For we have evolved over thousands of years to have this field of view experience. That is natural. That is how our brains works, how our geometric understanding works. And also, setting a high field of view in a game has an objective upside that no one can deny. The upside is you get better depth perception. Because if you look at one of these squares, for example, from close up, or from here even, you can see they all look the same. But if, well, now it's too small to show. But anyway, you get what I'm saying. If you are close to them and then the field of view is very wide, the geometry will be vastly different. What is that? Copper. And so you can clearly see what's close and what's far. So a 3D first-person jump and run platforming game can actually work. People complain that that is not a good idea, but I mean, if you have good depth perception by actually using 3D or by using a wide field of view, then that works. And I don't know if you ever thought about this like this, if you have ever reflected that, and if you have not, then please take this opportunity to understand that if you had an opinion so far on the concept of field of view, like we don't need a wide field of view, this one will be enough, then you must realize now that you are mistaken. You don't know enough about the matter, and so you should certainly not speak out in the forums. And when someone says, "I need a wider field of view, can we have that, please?" That they should basically go away and not complain about it because they don't need a higher one. That's unnecessary. You don't know that. You don't know their equipment, and neither do the people who create these games. And so I absolutely, from the bottom of my heart, hate it when developers put in thousands, if not millions of person hours. I mean, a large company with many developers, that can be millions of hours, man. And then some idiot decides that the entire thing shall now be locked away behind a too narrow field of view. I mean, you have to realize the interface that you have with the 3D world only consists of, well, the input side, which is keyboard and mouse, for example, in my case, and the output side, which is audio and video. That is all. You don't feel shaken when the room shakes. You don't feel heat. You don't feel cold. You don't have actual depth perception, because usually we play on a flat screen that doesn't really show the true depth. this is something that I'm convinced will change, and I'm convinced that eventually we will all be playing 3D games with true 3D. I know this has been said many times, and there have been some boosts in this regard, and then there was an ebb and flow basically, and many people are of the opinion, that's not so necessary. They are wrong, because once again they don't know enough about the matter, because it is not easy to set up the 3D configuration once you have that equipment properly for your eyesight, which distance of your eyes it shall simulate, how strong the effect shall be depending on the distance on screen and so forth. That see, all that factors in, and if that is set up properly, then you will feel the depth and you will feel like in a reality. Maybe it's kind of like the uncanny valley problem. See, the uncanny valley is a term that came up when on computer graphics we have, for example, here this face looks rather comical, and so that kind of flies, that kind of works, because you know it's just a computer image of some face. But if this face would look more realistic, but would then not actually look realistic, but there would be some things wrong about it, then suddenly you would feel it would feel wrong. This now, it feels just a bit stupid. I wish the design would be a bit better. I'm sorry, this is the way I feel about this. The game is serious and deep and realistic, but everybody who sees this game sees these characters in the store screenshots and somewhere else and thinks, oh, that's the feel of the game, that's what it is like. No, that is not what it is like. It's not a comical, midgety, simple game. It is the deepest reality simulation that exists so far in the 3D first-person experience in gaming worldwide. This is the shit, and it's years ahead of what is available. Anyway, so the uncanny valley is when this gets closer to the actual thing, but is not the actual thing. Then you will suddenly feel put off. There will be an emotional rejection, basically. And I think the same thing is going on when it comes to actual 3D. Not to this kind of 3D here, but some stereoscopic 3D, where you get two different images for your left and your right eye, so that your brain can derive the actual feeling of depth and convey that to you. If that is not done properly, if that is not set up properly, then maybe you will rather be put off by that instead of feeling the beauty that it is. And so I believe that now that more games are getting a proper higher field of view option, like they should. It's an objective reason. It's not an artist choice, okay? This is the way it has to be, period, and so make it so, period. In this same way, I believe that 3D depth perception will also make its way into gaming more once the people understand more how it works, how it has to be done so that it works properly. I'm kind of looking down into my suit right now. I don't know why that is, possibly because I changed my field of view a few times. Oh no, that's gone. Okay, whatever. Yeah, it's a bit quirky. The game has a few bugs. But, I mean, it's not like I'm constantly trying to fight them so that I can get to the golden breadcrumbs that are therein. And they are golden breadcrumbs. Even whole lockers full of golden bread that are in there. But no, I don't even have to fight to get to them. They are right there, because the problems of the bugs, they are very small. In multiplayer they're a bit harder, admittedly, but in single player the bugs are very minor. And this is still early access. I can only sing the praises to Rocketworks for having such a high quality software development team. Yeah, but what I wanted to get, I haven't yet gotten. 90 degrees. Let's go a bit to the side. Maybe I find something there. I need nickel. And lead I also need. Some more iron. Okay, why not? Iron is always needed. Now I'm walking in the wrong direction. I would have to go to 90 degrees, and by now I actually would have to go to like 130 degrees because I'm way off to the side by now. Must not lose the station as I lose the life. The shadow might well be Europa itself. Copper, alright. Yeah, nickel is a bit rarer than copper and coal and iron. Gold is also rarer, and so is cobalt. Silver also, yeah. Looking forward to having that faster mining drill, for which I will also need the advanced things that I'm trying to make, for which I need some better resources. Copper and gold and iron and coal won't cut it. I need better stuff. The rare stuff. Gold. Should I take some? Oh, I can! Alrighty. Let's see how deep this goes. Well, how deep can you dig? It's not a good thing to remember that now, really, because what you're currently playing, this terrain will change. It will probably become finite, and it will be more diverse, so you will have reason to visit places, actually need to visit places, I would assume. I don't know what stuff they will put out there, but I mean, you can tell they have a great infrastructure here game-wise, and so whatever they add will just multiply the experience with a number that is larger than 1. So yeah, there's that. Yeah, let's think about the depth of the simulation once again. If I build a greenhouse, there should be CO2 in there, and the temperature should be alright, so it shouldn't be too hot or too cold. Something I have to take care of. Huh, I could keep going. No! And I need to make sure that there is enough CO2 in there in the first place. Okay, that's a problem. But I have some extra batteries on me, so that will not kill me. So we have to take care of the air mixture and of the temperature. You can do that manually, and you can just let it sit there for a long time, but then you would have to deal with that again at some point, and maybe you forget, and then your plants die, and you don't want that. Also, who says that plants are only there for you to get some food? You can use them as production facilities. You can go and say, let's produce oxygen, converting CO2 into oxygen. And then you can, I mean, this planet obviously doesn't need it, so that's not interesting. But on Mars, for example, you can make that meaningfully. And on Vulcan, for example, the Vulcan atmosphere consists of mostly volatiles, which together with oxygen, as you know by now, form fuel. So you can get fuel by planting There's also some CO2 in the atmosphere. You can filter that out, pump that into your station after you have cooled it down from the about 500 or so degrees Celsius it has. Way too hot, you know. And the plants will convert that into CO2, and then you can use the volatiles in the atmosphere into O2, and you can use that together with the volatiles to get fuel. But you can also, where's the other gold that I mined? Or was it that gold? You can also you can burn that to produce water. You can combine that to water. So then you have water production.
Temperature low. Temperature critical. Temperature low.
Yeah, I won't need the mining drill for now. It's time to get home. So let's go here, 130-ish degrees maybe. This could be the large mountain, the wide, broad mountain next to the station already. Oh, there it is. Hello. Yeah, good sense of orientation helps, but you can also just use the tracker and such. This needs charging. So, how are we looking? Constant red, okay, not blinking red. We're getting 90 watts, which is nothing. We're consuming currently 30 watts, though that is after this. So we are not considering this, which also draws power. I would have to put another one here, basically. Maybe I want to do that. Just to see what that's like. Oh, well, let's open the helmet. I had the right one. So, 1000 watts, and in here only 30 watts. Yeah, you can see this thing is currently drawing 1000 watts to charge the battery, which will get that guy to blinking soon, I guess. Smelt some more gold, maybe? Or some other material? More copper would be nice. Oh, now it's full, you can see that here. Alrighty, let's do something about the thirst problem. And I said there could be an ice crusher, and I explained that thing to you, but there's a simpler way to make that happen, and this will also show you some nice aspects of the simulation, and so why shouldn't I do that then? First, I need to get rid of the pollutant that we have in the air. And so let's use the portable scrubber for now. And it's rather tight in here again, is it? I mean, we're not using the space efficiently, but still. Maybe I should put up another locker, wherever I would do that. Maybe between these two dudes, yeah, that's good. I mean, there are enough doors here, right? And I'm not gonna put some station right here, because then this cooling door, an overpressurization protection door, will no longer be useful. So a locker then, please. Go to the auto lathe and make one. And I actually have to make two, because the kit locker has various different shelves and such, but I want to make a large one like this, and that will actually consume 2 kits. See here? Need more kit locker, it says in there in the tooltip. Okay, the doors are on the back side. No, they are on the front side. Alrighty. I don't want to put that in the wall, even though I can. And that looks stupid, because then you see the glass in the back of this thing. This is, that sucks. I hope they fix that, because, I mean, that's objectively wrong. When is that ever not wrong, right? some cleaning up then. 5 and 1, okay. They only stack up to 5. Doop-de-doo. Yeah, you can spray paint stuff. I can, for example, spray paint an entire stack of cables. Or I can spray individual cables that are already printed. Or I can spray one cable and then here in my... Then I hold it here and then... or here. And then I drag some stack of cables onto that, which have a different color. And then they will all have that color. So that's a convenient way to do that. The flags you can put out there so that you kind of know, oh, I've been here? Okay, let's try to follow the system of flags so you can find your way home. It's a bit weird, but I've done that and it can be helpful, yeah. It's cool that the option exists. Here we have eggs. This is a fertilized egg and it is currently in the process of decaying, but it's still fine. And if I toss these down in an environment that is warm enough, which is 35 to 40 degrees, I believe, which we happen to have, then chicken will spawn. We cannot yet eat those, so until a month ago, they were actually the butt of a lot of jokes. For example, oh, you have some chickens? Well, better reload the game then, or something like that. Because they were almost unkillable. And they would just keep laying eggs and would keep having children thus. And so you would get an exponential frame rate eater that you cannot stop. But, I mean, they were not actually unkillable, only very hard to kill. But now it's easy. You just, you know, suck out the atmosphere and then they die and go unconscious and die. But you can't eat them yet, so why would I? Why would I kill a chicken if I don't have to? You don't have to kill chicken. You can just eat hay. And you can eat tofu. And dude, and you can suck my cock. I will eat flesh. Fuck off. So. I don't know where to put which. Not the cock. I mean the things. Still something on the ground. The grow light, yeah, it's rather relevant because Europa doesn't have too much light. You can tell here. I mean, you saw maybe in the beginning of the previous video where I showed that you get over 1000 watts when this is pointed at the sun on the moon, but here you get much less. And so in the same way, the plants will get much less light, and that will not be enough then. This is positive now, this is positive now, and
anti-critical.
This is positive now. So yeah, we have escaped the death trap that is the cold. Successfully. We have made the survival. We are no longer standing next to the lander like I keep expressing, but we are of course still at the beginning. Because we don't have anything to drink yet. I mean, ignoring these reserves, which are only that. So let's do something about it. Let's first filter out. Okay, let's put this dude away. I don't want this. This is the opposite of what I want. This is the portable generator, which pollutes the air quite some. I actually need another locker already. Man. Where will I put this? Then I can no longer look at the solar panel, but that's not necessary anyway, because I will at some point dismantle it. I don't want to constantly have to repair the dude, and definitely I will not unbuild and rebuild it. I want this thing to be realistic, that's why I also placed that in the forums. Hey, wait a sec, has someone reacted already, possibly? No, nothing yet, okay. So here we have the portable scrubber. What does it do? It scrubs. And so if I turn this on with a battery in, it will pump out the entire atmosphere into this thing. Except not all of it, it will fill up. But if I put filters in, then it will only pump that stuff in there, and that's what I want. So let's make filters. This is obviously a job for our atmospheric stuff, And by the way, let's make the tool manufactory, which we will need at some point anyway. Yeah, about these printers, how many are there? There's the autolathe that comes with the lander and is absolutely irreplaceable, except if you use the autolathe to print another one. Then there's the atmospherics printer for airlock stuffs and pipes, and the atmospherics kit, of which I actually want to make one now, just for the fun of it. No, first I need a filter for pollutant. And then an atmospherics kit, for which I will need gold. Which I have. Then there is the also super essential electronics printer with which I can make batteries, for example this one large one that I made, with which I can also, for example, make a battery charger, the small one here, or even a big one. I need iron. Good thing I have it right there at my feet. Convenience, convenience. See how great this is to scale up the convenience and automatism slowly over time, and all of that because I made that happen. It's not like I pushed a button, leveled up, and now I have the convenience device. No, I had to make this thing convenient in an emergent, logical way. And so this is, since I can make this happen this way, I can also do it differently. Let's say, for example, the recycler. I can have a recycler with its input slot, but I can also have or the centrifuge, and then I can put some stuff in there that needs to be cleaned up, that needs to be centrifuged, but I can use the chute system with the junction, so I can have two inputs to that one input of the centrifuge, so various sources then can spit their stuff in there. Atmospherics. Yes, electronics printer, and then there's the tool manufacturer, which is currently being printed, which can, for example, be used to make mining backpacks. Let's set that dude up right away. What it will output will not be so expansive. I mean, this will spit out and spit out and spit out. This one also, but here usually not so much. And so it is okay if you build that one closer. And here's the atmospherics kit. Let's explain that dude first, because I want to show you as much as I can in a short time span without, I mean, honestly, I'm just too lazy to go about and edit a video with an editor and such. You have seen some cuts in my recent videos. Those were all just live. I just paused the recording with a hotkey and then continued, because I'm just too lazy to make that happen and to go through the motions of storing that in an uncompressed format, which will take 10 times the hard disk space at least, and then editing that. I want to enjoy myself, and I enjoy myself even more when recording this. And I hope you can benefit from that, and so this is the most energy efficient way for me to do this. And so I do this like this. So here we have the kit atmospherics, and when I use the scroll wheel, you will see that things are looking rather similar. So is that just a slight variant of that? No, it's a vastly different thing. And then we have this thing, which also looks similar, and that thing, which also looks similar, and then this thing. Let's explain them quickly. What is going on? The air, yeah. Let's put that back in. So that's the air conditioner. You can set a temperature and then it will achieve that temperature. Convenient, right? Just like the portable one. Except, no, it's not that simple. See, you have to, of course, power it. You see that here at the bottom. Logic and electricity. And here we have 3 arrows. What the fuck are they good for? Well, on the right side, you input the gas that you want to cool or heat, or that you want to get to a certain temperature. On the left side, you output, the gas comes out again with this temperature changed. Not to actually that degree, I believe, but just adjusted in that general direction. And then here on the left side, there's the waste gas. On the left side, it's not like something's coming out there, or is it? See, when I talked about heat in the previous video, heat as a thing and how it actually works, that is just motion, this is what's happening here. This thing will take motion away, will take thermal energy away from the waste pipe if it is supposed to heat the gas from the right to the left. And when it's supposed to cool the gas, then it will output heat to this into the waste pipe. And so you have to have some gas on the left side there, We could just pipe it out here, just connect it to the outside, but the pressure out there is too low. So we would have to have a pressurized pipe here. Yeah, with a good gas, because if we, for example, use pollutant, then you know what can happen to pollutant if it's under pressure. It becomes liquid and that damages gas pipes. But this thing only takes gas pipes. So that's the air conditioner. But there's more to it. You can see, where can you see it? Here on the right, it looks like a microchip. Here where the mouse is right now, there is a placement for a microchip that you can place in there to control the device. And you can also control the devices in your entire station with it, because that is just a chip housing, like the dedicated chip housing that you can create. So that much for the air conditioner. There's a filtration device, which we will probably make use of. You can put 2 filters in, just like here in the scrubber. And this just means it will filter for both of these gases. Same here. If you only put 1 filter in, then it will only filter for 1. If you put no filter in, or if they have run out, then it will filter for none. So what comes into the right side will come out of the left side. Let's say I have an oxygen filter in there, then it will only pump out oxygen to the left. And anything that was not oxygen of the stuff that came in from the right, that will be coming out on the left side. Basically the waste gas output, just like with the air conditioner, you know, the secondary gas situation. And this thing also has a chip slot. And then we have the electrolyzer, where you pipe in water to the right, and on the left side you get, I think, pure fuel gas, really pure fuel. But this thing uses a shit ton of electricity, but that's one way to do it, if you have an abundance of water for whatever reason. And then we have the H2 combustor, which does exactly the opposite. You pipe in fuel gas, and it will turn that into 2000 degrees hot steam and waste gases, so you have to filter that and cool it down, but then you will get water. And then there's the nitrolyzer, which can create N2O for you, nitrous oxide, by pumping in oxygen and nitrogen and using lots of electricity. Then it will put out some N2O. There's one of the gases here that you have in your Stationpedia. How many gases are there? Not too many, it's about 8 or so. We have oxygen, we have nitrogen. This is actually breathed in by mushrooms, I think. Or what was it? No, some plant breathed in nitrogen, I think. The mushrooms, I think, use oxygen and breathe out carbon dioxide, the opposite of your other plants. There's pollutant, basically the dead end, what heat death is in the universe. When I explained in the previous video that heat will eventually be the only thing that remains, because that's what everything decays into. That's what in this game is this gas. Any and all processes of gases will eventually just produce pollutant, and pollutant itself cannot be turned into anything else. And then we have water, which can be in a gaseous or liquid form. Then we have polluted water, which is kind of the same thing, except you cannot drink it, and it emerges from this, and you can filter it with a water purifier. And you can also just boil it, which uses a lot of electricity, and then the steam that emerges from here will not be polluted steam, it will just be steam. I don't know if there will also be pollutant in there, I have not yet tested that. If not, then I will certainly make a forum post about that, because, I mean, where's the pollutant going? The residue should go somewhere, and then why shouldn't it just be pollutant in the air? That would make sense, wouldn't it? Then we have nitrous oxide, that's exactly what this thing produces that I just described, the machine. And then these are the variants. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 gases is what we have here. And these are the variants of liquid. Then we have the opposite of liquid water, steam. And then we have hydrogen, which is a new thing which isn't yet in the game, but is already listed here. Yeah, are you now interested in doing this or what? I mean, the depth of the simulation, all the things you can do, the filtration device. See, yeah, let's set up my water purification thing. Do I have the filter that I made? Somewhere here? There it is. Then I will also need a battery. I will be so blunt as to print another large one, because eventually I want to migrate to large batteries. Then here is our battery charger, which I can put up here, or, well, I have to connect the cable also. How do I do that? There's no room on the left for the cable. Put it on the ground here, there's no more room here either. like it would reach to the outside, but I can move this guy away or just remove it entirely. That's an option. Let's do that then. Oh. Yeah, that's not good. I just put that here in the chute system. That's annoying when that happens, and there's sadly no way around this other than to do this.
Low pressure. Pressure critical. Oxygen critical.
Annoying! So where is all that stuff? Here is that. And I believe there was some gold that I saw rolling and flying and tumbling away. Valuable stuff, a whole stack of 50 or so. Could I please find that? That would be very nice. There it is, alrighty. 30, okay, not that bad. See, here you can cancel the depressurization, and then we'll just skip to the next step of the cycle, which means that that the cold gas from out there, or the hot and polluted volatile gas from Vulcan, for example, will still be in the airlock when it opens to the inside, something that you probably don't want. I will not turn this on yet because I want to first set up this water system. So we need the bottle filler so we can fill the bottles. No, that's a bottle. I need the filler. Filler. Needs silicone. Which we have. Where will I put that? Where will I drink some stuff? This, I mean, I want to make beautiful rooms, one in which I can eat and where there are tables and where this thing is embedded in the wall nicely and I see no piping whatsoever, but obviously we're not yet there. We are on a construction site, and on a construction site too there will be toilets and there will be resting places where you can rest, and so here too there will be a construction site like look, but still the facilities that I need. By the way, this is a bit dangerous. Running through this might bounce you from left to right and back. This can actually build up to a degree that your suit gets damaged. I have had that a few times in the past. Maybe I should have placed it slightly further away. No. Oh. Will this work? I wonder. Anyway, where will I put that water stuff? So that it's not too much in the way? Maybe on the back side here, yeah, that looks good. The bottles go here, so I have access to them drink-wise from anywhere. That's a good idea. Let's already take some bottles which are near empty, put them in there. So you can see here we have provides pipe liquid connection. You can also tell that by these screws here, which give some kind of plumbing kind of impression. Let's take a gas pipe and put it there. That works, but it will not actually do something. You can also see it is not going yellow, so that doesn't work. We need a liquid pipe. But what is the liquid pipe good for? For delivering the water, obviously. Okay, what water? Where do we get that from? Well, from the air. The game doesn't yet have standing puddles. It had that at some early stage, but no longer has that because it's incompatible with the terrain, and I don't know for other reasons. And I think they will have that again at some point. So what happens currently when you have water that should actually be liquid, is excreted from a pipe with a pump that can explicitly do so, then that will just go in the air. So we have water in the air here. And also we can see that the temperature now is no longer 33 degrees, it's 17 degrees. The ice is cold. Melting the ice took away that thermal energy in the conversion process of the phase, and now we have, well, I mean, the ice is now in the air, and so the air is now colder, because the ice was cold and that is now in the air. How do we get that out of there? Copper, please. Where did I throw that? Yeah, and some lights, man. I'm going crazy. Only 2? Okay. We need more copper. I have more copper, I know. So what does this interesting spooky thing look like when there's light? This actually lends itself to a nice screenshot. Let's look for a nice angle. This works. Okay. So it's not supposed to be this dark in here. Here is basically my work area, so so it would make sense to put some lights here.
You are listening to music from Synthera and Exosphere on Soma FM.
I wanted to put them up differently at first. You have seen it's a kit with many variations, but I will not go through all of that because the goal here is not to explain the entire game to you. That goal has been achieved aplenty by my other video series, which really take their time to explain everything, including the programming and such. But this rather aims to get you to play the game, to see how awesome it is, how deep the simulation is, how much fun that must be, and yes, it is. Why do I keep doing this? Because it's fun. And I have lots of other things to play. Bought a few games recently, don't get to play them. Have to play this instead, it's too good. A day without Stationeers feels a bit wasted. I need more cables. For which I will need copper. This one is fast. It can be even faster once it's upgraded, because this guy and this dude and this, they can be upgraded to a higher level, only one higher level. So this game is not an upgrade fest. The upgrading is your abilities that improve, your station that you expand, and yeah, that's it. And of course, well, you get a better mining drill, and these can also be upgraded one level. Where will I pipe that cable? Here, I guess. Or here? I will not go mining now, it's... we have enough to do in here. Finally we get to do some stationeering, huh? Still running around using this stupid mining drill the whole time. Does this work yet? No, it doesn't. There's no electricity yet. Huh. You can see here, even though I can't see the cables, I can still meaningfully build them. Because, I mean, people keep complaining about the interface of Stationeers, and there are certainly many things that can be improved about it. But overall, the concept that they're employing is awesome. It's I wouldn't say genius, it just gets the job done well. Basically, it is like the wheel, it can only have this shape, else it doesn't roll. Of course, we're not going to let those burn during the day, but they're available. Or should we? Now I can use the locker without using the flashlight the whole time. And this one? Just leave them on. If I need more electricity, I will put up more wind turbines. What is coming in, by the way? Currently the solar panel is helping. 500 watts. Not too much. This one uses 50 watts. This one also. So we are constantly drawing 100 watts right now. That's a lot of watts. And maybe we should make some more wind turbines. I want to make 2, for there's still space for them. Can I make 2? Yeah, I can make exactly 2. See, the limitation is not in the iron or in the gold, but in the copper. 25, and I need 10 per turbine, so I can just click here and forget. Nothing bad will happen. So now here we have the drain, and this drain allows us to get the passive liquid inlet gets water straight from the air. But also pollutant and such will enter this pipe. It will be open to the atmosphere, and this guy protects me from drinking polluted stuff like polluted water and pollutant. And so I don't know what happens if I place this down now. I want to be prepared. See, I don't want to destroy that thing because it will suck into itself the water from the air right away, and that might be more than it can bear, and I don't know if it will die, you know? See, that's why. Yeah, that wasn't wise. I also need I should take care of the dot 5 thing, because if I flip this open, the dot 5 will be lost. I don't want that. Okay, that's 1. I need 2. You have seen that this dude, for example, excretes heat or consumes heat depending on circumstances by radiation and by convection, and the pipes do the same. So this pipe up there, a liquid in the pipe, how did that happen? How is the liquid in the pipe right now? Right, of course, yeah, actually up there we have this passive vent, and you can see here that it touches the window. It's kind of half on the outside, and this will actually bleed the cold of the planet into this room. And the same for this pipe up there, which is also right at the wall, and we don't want that. This one is also doing that. I mean, this is open and this is open constantly, so this is constantly, you can see it convected. Oh wait, how is it convecting something when it's being cooled down? I don't understand what exactly is going on there, but anyway, we should insulate that, and we can. I don't know if I can insulate a passive vent. There is actually an insulated passive vent, but the insulation, can it be applied? Oh, I need steel for that. Do we have steel? We do. How much steel do we have? Not too much, which means let's make a stacker. Everybody has a free stacker standing in their station somewhere. No, I need one more pipe to round this down, basically. And then I want to have insulation material. There it is. Let's put up the wind turbines. Hey, see, the flashlight is not on, yet we can still see. Nice. This I also have to do, yeah. See, this is a game where you can really get lost in all the things that you want to build. Isn't that beautiful? Do you not want to dwell in here and just enjoy yourself, expanding your station, improving it? What's happening here? Did this just excrete liquid? It did, didn't it? There's liquid here in the air. That's something I have observed in another station also. Oh, pure ice water. It will be so. So it turns out that the passive vents, these are actually just gas pumps, and the liquid that is in the air will not be pumped. And yeah, that makes sense. It's just weird that it will not be pumped. But see, the thing is, it is not in gaseous form. It is in liquid form, but in the air. Let's think of it like rain. You cannot pump rain with a gas pump. But you can pump steam with a gas pump. So I'm realizing that's what it is. Now this is wired up. We have 400 watts coming in from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 wind turbines. Not too many, but it's better than nothing. And it's more than we're consuming. So I just wasted some of the water, because whatever was pumped out of this room, it was only the gases. The liquids were not pumped out. So I just wasted some of my valuable water. But I can find more. What's not yet in the game, and I'm saying not yet because I have the hope that the devs will actually go there, is that your own waste can be recycled. I mean, I'm not just talking about shit here, but pee, for example. I mean, you keep drinking, and where does all that go? That water is just gone. It doesn't exist any longer. Not only is that unrealistic, it also takes away the opportunity for you to have some engineering done there that will recycle that, so you will have some loop. That would be much better, man. I want that. Let's use the manual rotation keys. The auto rotate seems a bit overburdened. This thing consumes electricity when it's on. The other one also, 5 watts, 10 watts, which can be seen, of course, in the Stationpedia. Is it on? Let's check by turning my flashlight off. Yes, it is lit, and so it is on. Oh, let's flip this.
Hydration critical.
Okay. Well, this thing with the gas in the air, I wasn't used to that. That was new to me, but now I finally understood how that works. Okay, the pipes then. You can see here I need the wrench in my other hand, so that works exactly like the cabling, except for the different type of stuff. And now here we have that stuff. This is what I want to build. It's just like with the locker, some things need more kits because it's just bigger. Here we have a small water tank. You can look up how much it can store. And here we have a large one. This is the one I want to use. And then, as the third and last thing of the kit, we have the water bottle container. And the very same thing exists again for the gas form. Exactly the same kit. And then again, the same for water and for gas in the insulated form. Okay, the large one, please. Oh, come on. Okay, this looks like a good water storage system. How much is that? We're talking about 290 liters that this whole thing can store, which counts also these 10 liters, these 20 liters, and these 20 liters, 20 and 40, and then this. So we can assume this dude probably has 250 liters capacity. So let's see if that is so. That is so, 250 liters. So now it's time to gather the water from the air. But I want to do an experiment. And let's see if this already gathers when I place it down like this. Yeah, it's filling with water. Let's pause. Oh, capacity is 20 liters. What happens when it reaches that capacity? It just stops. All right. No self-destruction. Okay. Now we're getting our water in here. 30 liters of water already. And I think one bottle is about 1 liter. So, yeah. That will get us about 40 liters of water. The water bottle filler needs electricity. We don't have that yet here. Still has to be innovated. Problem with the cables, and that's really a bit unnecessary I find, is that some things cannot be placed when there's a cable in the way. For example, the locker, when there's a cable on the ground, you can't place it. Even though the locker has this nice foundation, which would really lend itself to like hiding and covering up cables. But okay, I mean, the game is golden, 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 and what I'm talking about here are really minor problems, and... Oh, it doesn't work. Why doesn't it work? You expected this, there's pollutant in there. And it shall go away. Is the water gone from the air? 0.003 liters. How much have we gathered? Okay, it's not going to be 40 liters, like 34 maybe at the most. Anyway, let's run the scrubber then. Currently it contains nothing, and now it contains pure pollutant. And this thing contains less and less pollutant, and so does the rest of the station air. This part back here hasn't yet communicated enough with the other world boxes. I mean, that's not the way you should think about this. This is far away, so it hasn't yet been cleaned. This is close by, so it has been cleaned. And very soon, we will hear the best sound that the game has to offer. Yep, and now we have water to drink. Can drink right from the air. And then we can turn this off again. It's still basically empty, and the filter is at 99%, so yeah. Fine, right? This is the easiest, simplest way to get something to drink. And many beginners will instead push for the crusher. Let's set up the crusher so you can see what that's like. I don't recall where it was. Was it here? Yep. So, about the stacker. I will put that up back here. Okay, let's see the kit stacker. What do we have? We have a stacker, then we have another stacker. It's the same thing but in the opposite direction. Not necessarily for cosmetics purposes, but you know, depends on how you want to set up your station. This thing after all has some controls, and if I place it here, then I can't get to them, so that makes sense that it has this. And then finally we have the unloader, into which I can, for example, toss a backpack or a mining belt or whatever, and then it will toss out on the other side everything that is in it, and also the belt itself. And then you can put up some more infrastructure that detects what is coming out there and selects and pipes it this or the other way, and put it in your arc furnaces to melt, and put it in some silos, or put it into your manufactories so that they're always stocked. All of that is possible. And all of that requires you to engineer it, because it's not being handed to you. You have to do it yourself. Let's use this stacker. Yep. It needs some electricity. Oh, I can no longer walk between these, and I cannot walk above them. This is too annoying, I don't want this. So let's take some radical measures, because I mean, once the reasons for changing something accumulate, you know, okay, maybe I should actually change it. See also, being fat, or being addicted, or smoking, or whatever. Anyway, it's the same, it's the same. It's not like I don't have any vices. But, see, a murderer has the right to tell others not to murder. And they should listen to his words. Or do you disagree? This was what we had, and this is what we have now. Then I will put the stacker again in the same place. And then we can walk nicely between these. Yeah, this is a production facility. Where do we put this then? I don't know, on the backside? There's no room here. Well, I can just expand the station some more. Yeah, that's what I said, didn't I? In the first video I said, okay, let's expand it by these 2 blocks. I could go further, but I won't, because next time we want to expand it, we will have to deal with the fact that we have to take down this wall once the expansion is complete. And then what? Then we will suddenly have air in here that is much too cold. And once we have plants up, that is a problem. It's not just an inconvenience, man. The plants will die, and then so will we if we don't have... Where is it? Here we have plants. We have the potato seeds. We have 3 of them. And if all 3 are used up in some kind of catastrophe, then you won't get any more. But then you can you can invite traders to your planet for that.
Power low.
You have to build a landing platform. You have to build a radio dish, a computer, and you have to... radio them, you have to orient that correctly and such. Most of these things can be automated also. Yeah, okay, the reason why I wanted this stacker, which has not yet been wired up, is that we have steel, but that steel is in the form of 1 ingot, and I don't want to share that. I want to share that between devices without having to get out all of the stuff of the manufacturer this whole time. That is so annoying, man. And so that's not what I do. Instead, I will use the stacker, which can be used to stack ingots up to a larger stack, to do the opposite. These do the same as the stacker does, but they don't split. This one can also split. If I put in a 60 ingot and it is set to 50, then out will come 50 and the rest will stay in there because it will wait until there's enough to make the next stack. And then you can click here and all the rest will come out. So first I need that steel. There it is, hello. So how much do we have? 170. It seems reasonable, since we don't have all that much steel yet, to go for a stack size of 50. But I will not split that up now into all these many little things. That would be too burdensome. Yeah, actually I could have used the second one. Yeah, if you click fast enough, then you can catch it like that. And these 70 will stay here. And now we have the steel that we needed for the insulation. Let's turn that dude off. All consuming electricity that we don't have. What's the station battery's state? Here we can see how much electricity will be charged in there. We have 2.91 megawatts that can still go in there, and that's of course bullshit. I mean, those who know their way around understand that there's a difference between watts and joules. What is a watt? This will be highly abstract to you once again, but it's actually not hard. I mean, it's a bit harder than the Kelvin thing, but still. Watt is joule per second. If I'm consuming, if I have a wall heater here that consumes 1000 watts when it's turned on, then every second it will consume 1000 watts. And I'm actually not sure. I think the game it's running in 2 second. It's running in half-second steps, and I think the 1000 watts will actually be consumed per tick, and so that will be 2000 watts per second, or 2000 joules per second, which means it will be consuming 2000 watts. But let's not think about those details. Let's just stick with we have this and this many watts that will be consumed. But I just wanted to say that it would make sense to distinguish between joules and watts. And what this thing on the left, on the big battery, can take in is 2.87 megajoules, not megawatts. That would make sense. The amount that it can take in, you just saw that decreased, and is still decreasing because the electricity that's coming in right now is a lot higher than what we're consuming. What we're consuming overall is 145 watts, and what we're consuming in the station section is also that. In other words, this battery is full. And now it's not. Okay, we have the water thing covered. I want to do the insulation. So I can click here, up here, and can insulate that. You require a wrench in the other hand, and this cannot be insulated. Okay, so I have to make that explicitly. Okay, this is the 0.5 thing all over again. So let's make an insulated passive vent, so that I don't bleed heat out there this whole time. Now it gets a bit tricky, because now I want to insulate that, so I need the wrench and the insulation, and so now I click, and no, that's wrong. You have to click with the insulation, but so that it works you need to have the wrench in the other hand. Here this deconstructs, and here this upgrades to insulated. Now these pipes will no longer bleed heat out of the station into the world, a world that is bitter cold, so that matters. Now it's time for the passive vent. Okay, this is not perfectly insulated. This dude doesn't matter. It doesn't have internal volume, you know, it just acts upon the gas. It doesn't have internal gas. I'm pretty sure. Let's see. Active vent. The active vent is the kit. We need the structure. Does it have internal volume? No. I want to be sure if this thing actually charges. 96, 97, it does. Okay. So the insulation is done. Let's put up the crusher just so that you can get a whiff of what that would be like. Maybe right next here. That was kind of in the way. I mean, currently we can take the shortcut and then that would no longer be possible. Here I cannot really place it. It's a bit stupid circumstances. Like this then. That would work. But the cable, where does the cable go? The logic cable. I would like to be able to control that with logic. But then I can't do that. It can't go to the left because there's a water tank. I wonder if I deconstruct this tank now, which has how much water? 28 liters. These two pipes, they have... Okay, now we have 310 liters capacity, because this guy also has some capacity. So let's deconstruct that and see what happens. I need a liquid pipe, if I have one still. Man, I need more space in here. Isn't this a space station? It's not. It doesn't have any space. So let's remove this and see what we have in here is still 28 liters. So this has been pushed into those pipes. But if I deconstruct too much, then eventually there will be too much in the pipe and it will burst rather immediately. Something to take into consideration. So if I do this, I will also be able to do that. That was okay already. And then the cable can go through this. Because cables can go through pipes, they can just not go alongside the pipe through the pipe. So that should work. Let's see. First put this dude up again. Important that it is not outside the station, but obviously it is not. Now it's just part of the same volume. This with the volumes matters because the game is a simulation after all, and so things are being handed over from one place to the next, but this is just one place. It looks like it's a complex thing, but it's really just one place. Like with the pipe network, if I would expand the pipes, there would not be 10 pipes. It would be one pipe of that length and volume. But if there is then a valve between them and there's another pipe network, then this will be handing over gas from one pipe network to the next per game tick, so this will slow things down. Something to keep in mind. I'm just, telling you about the complexity of the simulation, while also telling you about some of the limitations. So that's the logic connected, that's the water connected. Now we can use the the welder for multiple reasons. And then you will see... Where are the sheets? I have them on me, and I don't have enough, so let's make more. Observe the water bottle filler. The air is polluted. Yeah, let's make all of them. So what's missing still? I have to screw the dude. I have to screw this thing.
Deep, cinematic, space, exosphere, on Soma FM.
I'm not sure where to go, but I will use this because it's thematically connected, and so the likelihood that it will stay like this is high, while on the other hand I might move the stacker, so that cable might go. Reasonable choice, therefore. What? You can basically not have too many cables, you can only print too many, as in your resources are gone. No, let's not do that, I have different plans. Now I still have my flashlight on, but it's no longer so claustrophobic. Could put up some more lights, right? Oh, look at that! It's charging up. Hello! We are energy positive. Currently. Even though I've manufactured quite a lot. Or maybe I was just lucky with the wind. So let's turn this thing on. The ice crusher. So I could now stuff my ices. No, not ices. My ice. Well, I could stuff the ice in here. For example, volatiles. Which would not be good, because then it would go in here. And actually, no, it wouldn't. Volatiles are a gas. Gas doesn't come out the liquid pipe, it comes out up here. And then it would do something stupid, because I am doing something stupid. Come on. It would come out here. The volatiles, so they would be in the room, and so they go back in here, and then they're in the bottles. Not something you want. Wait, this doesn't make sense. Let's first continue construction on this dude. I believe the game does strike the right balance between tedious and meticulous, you know, between detailed and complicated, or complex and complicated. I need sheets. And the screwdriver. Okay, now we have the tool manufacturing. Too bad I can't yet make a larger tool belt, because for that I need to upgrade this first. So that's not the current goal. Yeah, damn if you do, damn if you don't. How would I wire this up? There's no good answer. Well, I want to get rid of some stuff that I'm carrying, so I will now make a mining backpack. You can also make mining belts. No, let's look for mining. Mining. So we have the mining drill, which I'm already using. We have the pneumatic mining drill, which actually is a good thing to use. It is much faster than the mining drill, as long as the pressure is high of the gas canister in there. And we are on a planet with atmosphere, so we will have gas to waste, as opposed to the moon, where you want to keep any gas that you have around. Let's see what this guy takes. We need copper, steel and solder. Solder requires lead and iron. We have iron, but we don't have lead yet. But I want to get solder, so I can make also the IC-10, which I can program, and the the chip housing also. But that is out of reach right now. We cannot do this. What else do we have? Mining. Well, there's the mining belt, which I already have, but the mining backpack, which has way more slots, also takes a bit more resources, but 6 grams of iron, that's very reasonable. Want to use that. And I will actually make 2 of them. I'm so looking forward to having the better tool belt, man. I didn't mean to do that. This was the intention. I will just keep my furnace stuff around. Look, the temperature in here is 23 degrees. If you remember, about 20-30 minutes ago it was 20 degrees. Why is the temperature increasing? Because of waste heat. These machines do produce waste heat. Yes, they do. It's a simulation. The mining backpacks can be put here where your backpack is, but then you don't have the jetpack. I mean, you have it still, but you don't have it as your current backpack, and then you can't fly. And then this will be closed, because that is the jetpack. And so that's why I put them in my jumpsuit, so I can easily swap things around. So, what's the next step? Now we could go mining if it were light, if it were bright, which it is not. Maybe we could do some logic chip stuff. For example, this dude, I have to keep pushing this. We can do that with logic chips, so can show you what that's like. I don't know if you want to see that actually. I mean, we should go for depth of simulation, but it's fun to, I mean, okay, if I show you the programming, some of you will think, oh my god, I can do that in there, count me in and have my children and whatever, or vice versa. Maybe some of you will think, ah, goddammit, that's how I have to do it. No, this game is not for me. Programming was not for me until I started at the age of 9, and playing this game was not for me until when I was standing the first time next to the lander on the moon. That's what I was talking about, experiencing that spacesuit, and I saw immediately, finally I have some deeper virtual reality, and it was just fun to play with, but I couldn't deal with it. I couldn't yet play the game, and so I let it go. I couldn't yet muster the strength, basically, to get my wits together and to learn it. And I had this game for over a year. I started it up every few months and then enjoyed that a bit with the astronauts. Sometimes looked at the gear that was in the boxes, but I couldn't do anything yet. And then I also played, of course, the tutorials, which were back then even playable. Currently they're not. You have to roll back to an earlier version, but the tutorial button will tell you that. It's very easy to do. With Steam, it's just a few clicks. And I recommend the tutorials. They're professionally done, they're well done. This is armor level stuff, where you do training courses and you go back into the real game here and utilize what you have learned. This is not a tutorial that will teach you while you play, and you don't need that. You have the tooltips that tell you stuff, and what you also need to know is the F1 up here, and what you should also know is Alt is for the mouse cursor. See, and that's what they should tell you at the beginning of the game. That's the one kind of tutorial this game needs, the one in-game tutorial. It should tell you press Alt for mouse cursor. And when you've done that a few times, basically it should have some kind of progress bar. So you use the mouse cursor and do stuff, and once the progress bar has used up, that message will be gone and will not come again until your next game starts or whatever. That would be a way to do it. And it's a simple thing, so why do they not implement it? Because many things that they could implement are simple and easy to do, but they have to make that fit with the infrastructure of software they already have, and they have to focus their development efforts very much, so that they can pull this off. That's the mistake people often make. Oh, look what they have here, but why is that so crappy? Why don't they just change that? It's so easy. Yeah, well, this exists because they did focus development that was very productive, and that's why we are this far. It's not like they had 100 developers sitting around on their asses and then somehow developing this, and then you would say, yeah, but this other thing is so simple, why don't they add that? Because all of this was already a stretch to make happen. This small thing that you're talking about will therefore implicitly also be a stretch. Even though it's just a small stretch, they have to make the choice. So where was I? standing next to the lander simulation. And then I got, then I played the tutorials, and so I understood a few things. But it was, see, what I often use as a metaphor is when you hear something for the first time, something complex, a new concept, then that's kind of, you are creating rooms in your head, small rooms or seeds for rooms, and then you let that simmer for a while. I mean, you know that your brain actually cleans itself up when you sleep, and it improves things. That's also what I would recommend to all alcoholics and other addicts when they think of the 12-step program, which actually works, I think. But then they tell you, yeah, you have to believe in the higher power, and they try to make you Christian or whatever shit. What you should instead do is you should have faith in the universe, faith in your body. Have faith that it will improve itself, that it will heal itself, and this faith is justified because it is founded on what we know scientifically, that the brain works while you're sleeping. It cleans itself up, it improves information structures, and in the same way, when you have dealt with the tutorials a bit, but can't really play the game yet, then just let it rest, and a month later you come back and you try the tutorials again, and then the seeds in your head will have created those rooms at least a bit, and then you can start putting some furniture in, because then you're ready for the details, for the actual understanding, for using some of that. So you play the tutorials again, and that I think applies to all topics, to all things that I learned. So that people are not put off by the complexity of the programming, let's do the simple thing then. Let's do some logic. And I will look for logic chips. And I need copper. Do I have copper? Oh, yes, I do. Let's take a look at these chips then. Tooltip is a bit in the way. Ah, it works, okay. The logic reader can read from a device, and it will then hold the value that it has read. You see here in the green thing on the left you have kind of a screw thing for your screwdriver, and that's where you select the device from the network from which you want to read. On the right, that screw is meant to select which value you want to read. So I can, for example, select the door on the left, and on the right I would select whether the door is open. And then this logic reader would henceforth always and constantly hold the value of the door of whether it is open. The logic writer does the opposite. You select which output device you want to target and which value of the device you want to target. But since it also needs a value to read from, you also need to select a device from which to read, and that would then have to be here, the logic reader, or for example a memory chip. Memory chips are also, they hold just one value, just like the logic reader does. The logic reader reads and then it holds the value. The logic memory chip doesn't do anything, it just holds a value. And when you have the logic writer, then you select the value holder as the input, and then you can write that. For example, let's say you have two doors. You can make it that the second door will will open and close simultaneously with the first one, or almost simultaneously, since the processing will take about one game step. Then we have the batch writer, with which you can write to multiple devices. You can say all the station lights I have in here, I want to turn them on and off altogether, because I'm not selecting one device, but I'm selecting a device type. Otherwise, they're the same. The logic mirror can be used to, for example, let's say, if I had a device here on this cable that would be separate from this network and from this network, and so I could not see it with a logic reader and other logic stuffs. I could not see it, but the logic mirror will make that possible. You can, on the left side I would have the input of the one cable network, on the right I would have the target cable network, and this thing also needs power from wherever, it doesn't matter. And then you would have that thing suddenly visible on the other network. The slot reader we can make use of here, and this will actually come in handy here, because I want to find out, is there something in the input slot of that thing? And if there is something, then please start the smelting process. It's a bit of a problem. Where do I place these things? This is right next to this. This doesn't fly, so I can only put up one of these here. But the other one could... Yeah, I could put them opposite. Yeah. So here would be the slot reader. Let's put the slot reader here. It has one logic input, one logic output, and one power. It needs power, obviously, so that it can do its thing. But why does it have an input and an output? I'm pretty sure that's just convenience, so that you can also separate logic networks. It's kind of like the logic mirror, you know? It has one input, and on the output side you can have a different cable network if you so wish. But, let's see, output, oh. Provides data connection, maybe what I said is not true. Maybe you actually need to connect that accordingly. Of course I can just connect it now to the same cable network. That doesn't matter. That doesn't really matter. Need some copper. Do I have copper still? I do. So use the screwdriver. And then you can see here the tooltip is saying no device. And on the right it is saying no readable devices. So yeah, we need to indeed connect that to the cable network. Ah, damn it. See, I would not be so irritated all the time when it comes to handling my tools if there wouldn't sometimes be automatic changing of hands depending on what kind of motion you do. I wish that was optional. That is so pissing me off, I must say. That is really shit, man. That is so annoying. Anyway, now I can select. On the right we have the active vent as a potential. This one or that one. I don't know which one it is. How do you distinguish these things? Well, for example, by calling it outer vent and inner vent. This is a possibility. You can rename things. And the composite doors, these are the glass doors. The composite doors, which are part of the same kit, they are pretty cool because they have writing on them, and that will be the word composite door because that's the name of the object. So guess what? You can rename it and that text will then be written there. And here's an idea. No, I will not tell you the idea. I will just put that in a video at some point. It's an invention. We just select here the outer vent. Now that's selected. On the right you can see the next thing. That's just convenience, so you can possibly stop yourself in time. What I want to select is the arc furnace. Oh, there it is already. Okay. This is now selected. What do I want to read from that thing? Oh, this is a slot reader. This is not one where I just say, I want to read whether this thing is on or so. These are the basic values that it has. But the thing has basically a subdirectory. One subdirectory for the input slot, one subdirectory for the output slot. And these have their own values. So I have to select the subdirectory, so to speak. And I will select the import slot or the output slot. No, I want the import slot where something has been tossed in. And off this slot then I want to read. What do I want to read? Occupant hash. I won't explain all of these now. My other videos do that well. Now I can read whether that is occupied. So now that this thing is on, we can see here when we point at it, arcfurnace.import.occupied is 0. So do we still have something that could be smelted? Sadly no. I have smelted everything already. Huh. Oh, what's happening? Why did it just make a sound? What was going on? I don't know. I don't know what just happened there. So let's go in that direction and mine some more. Um, 180. 0. So we have to go to 180.
Power low.
This is not something that we can smelt, so it's not the right thing for me to harvest right now. But I want to complete that stack that I have on me. Exactly 50. Glorious. Nice. How that came out. How that came together. Here we have copper, which I don't have too much of, so I should harvest some. The green stuff is uranium, which doesn't yet have a use, but it has a shit ton of pollutant in it. So if you need that, well, More copper. Is there no mercy? I mean, is there no what's the word? Nickel, please, which looks very much like copper. Oh, there's some. Aha, okay. So we can make the yeah, oh no, that is just iron. Fuck. We have to go to like 200 degrees now to find the station. Can I please get some nickel? I want to get the programming stuff going. To show the people what can be done in this awesome, kick-ass, stellar, years ahead of time game. Iron, iron, iron. Nickel, nickel, nickel. Should I bring that back? That nickel? There. Where is the... Come on, I need some nickel. So now we would have to go to 170 degrees to get back. I guess. $150 degrees, I would say. That is again copper. I seem to not be lucky this time. Oh, is that nickel? Oh, that looks like... That's nickel. Okay, we have found nickel. Hello. Let's harvest all of that, for it is obviously rare, and so we don't want to have to go here again. Let's go to 150 degrees when we go back. In hopes to find the station, which has light burning the whole time. I hope there's still light on when we come. Too bad that it is not visible from afar, because for performance reasons things despawn or become invisible rather quickly, and I hope they change that, because that is quite annoying. There must be a way. I mean, if you have a beefy machine, then you must be able to turn that up. There must be an option. Okay, 2.5 stacks of nickel, that's a good result. But I want to take all that is here, in hopes that I won't have to harvest nickel again in a long time. The term pleasure delayer comes to mind, doesn't it? Where's the fun with... No, I mean with the mining here. The fun, you should have found that by now. Have you bought the game yet? Man, it's 2 pizzas basically. For something that is itself a phenomenon. That you should have even if you're not a collector and will never play it. Let's help ensure the future of this game. What DLCs are there? I think I already told you, I'm not sure. There are 4 DLCs. One where you can play a robot. I mean, that was in a previous video, so whatever. Where you play a robot, so you don't have the needs for breathing and food, but you're very dependent on your battery, and that drains relatively fast, I guess. I haven't really played with a robot yet. The other is where you play an alien that breathes in volatiles and breathes out N2O. If you combine the two and you increase the pressure, they will just spontaneously ignite. So your waste tank, guess what? It will spontaneously ignite rather often. This will not explode it, but it will at least bring it to its over 4 megapascals, and then you can no longer breathe because your suit can no longer pump stuff in there. The suit's functionalities are, like I said in the previous video, currently under review. They're expanding that. You will have some more gas slots for whatever reason, and the climate thing will work differently. I don't know yet. I haven't seen them yet. They are not yet in the game, and I'm looking forward to them because it's one of the most primary things. See, I have thought about developing games deeply and for a long time, and so what I have understood is that for me, what a game needs to bring is, okay, what I like most is the lone wolf experience. With that, I mean, I am the one who controls my own first-person experience. There may or may not be other characters in the game, but I don't care about those. I primarily care about myself. Interestingly, that's also how I deal with my personal life, so whatever. Oh, that's bad. Fuck off. Fuck off and fuck you also. That's how I like it, and that's how I play it. If you're not tolerant to that, then you just give me more reason to play it like that. Do you understand what that's... I mean, do you not see that? I mean, if people are intolerant to that, then that just gives you more reason to not be with people, right? Anyway, where was I? So the lone wolf experience, it's not quite just what I described, but in Deus Ex, you are also, you're kind of a superhuman, or, above the others, and you are, now you might ask yourself, how does that translate to my psychology? Don't ask yourself that. This is about this stuff that I'm talking about, and not about your funny ideas, okay? And you're living among other people who would then see you do this stuff, and there might be interactions, and basically kind of a Marvel thing. That's what Marvel sadly hasn't grasped what they should do. They call themselves... Where the fuck are they? Oh, there they are. They call themselves Marvel, but the only one who might be marveling is the audience. They're almost completely missing out on the other aspect, the aspect that the people in that world would be marveling. But then again, they have so many superheroes in there that, yeah, that is kind of spammy, so people are marveling less by now. Understandable. So that's why I am rather a fan of standalone stories where something suddenly emerges in a normal society that is in that direction. So we have that. Let's toss that out, get some more water. How much is that? How much water am I tossing away there? 10. Oh man. Anyway. So that's the lone wolf experience. And here, that's not the lone wolf experience because you're alone here. But still, I like this. And how did I get there? I thought about game design, game programming, game development. And actually, at this point, gold is even less valuable than that. Wait, what am I doing? Heh, okay, whatever. I just wanted to fill up that stack that I already have. Hilarious. A bit confused. Yeah, that's what happens often. I start too many topics at once, but maybe I'm just telling you what I think, because I'm so convinced that my thoughts are right. And I am. Anyway,
Power critical.
Uh-huh, that again? Yeah, I've forgotten where I got to this game design idea. So let's just drop it. Maybe I will remember. Hey, what am I doing? I have mining backpacks with me. I can take more. But I don't wanna. I have set my mind to do it like this, and so I will. This might be stupid, but then let me be stupid. So let's go back to 150. We don't have lead yet, so I cannot yet make solder. Lead, important, we have to find that too. I walked quite a bit, didn't I? Where's the station? Should be here. I am possibly now past it and I'm losing it out of sight. What does the clock say? It's not quite morning yet, so yeah, we do have a problem. Where's the station? Oh, and there too.
Temperature low. Temperature critical. Temperature low.
This large mountain here, wasn't it close, or it wasn't such a thing close to my station? Is this possibly that mountain? If not, I must round it back to the other side again. The flags would have helped now. Oh, god damn it, there's the station. Man, I'm lucky today. I have been unlucky before. But dude, I have one playthrough, I don't know if I should spoiler it, but I mean, who's gonna watch all that? I have like 60 videos up and most of them are multiple hours. So in that playthrough on Europa also, I was mining and I knew that the storm would be coming soon, but I lost track of time and then the storm was there and I couldn't find the station again, and so eventually I gave up and just let myself blow with the storm, and then eventually the storm was over and then I was looking around and couldn't find it. I was searching and my resources were dwindling, no more battery, and so forth. And then at some point I suddenly saw it in the distance. I mean, I was completely lost and I still found it. That was so ridiculous. What a coincidence, man. Damn. Don't I have another battery here somewhere? I do, two even. How are we doing, battery? Oh, okay. Nice. Charging up, I like to see that. At some point, of course, we want to make a second station battery. They do stack, but they don't stack nicely. It's basically levitating above this one, so that's unclean. It should be next to it. But I will probably, I mean, expand the station in soon. What's that? Kit atmospherics. And, yeah, I actually didn't have to get the water. Nah. And then I will expand it in this direction, which will allow me to put more batteries next to each other. Maybe this will even be a large room with hundreds of blocks or whatever, and then dozens of batteries. That would be fun. I've never done that. Only on the moon I have dozens of batteries stacked up. So, where was I before I was so rudely interrupted by myself? Mining drill. No, the mining drill is not... Oh, the mining drill is supposed to have the big battery. That is correct. The drill, not only the small one. This drill, also only the small one. And this thing will also be able to cope a long time with a small battery. And then there's my own, which is still rather full. And then we're done. And you can actually build a thing where you can stuff your astronaut suit, which the game will also thank you for, because if you take it off, your hygiene will improve. And which will also improve your mood, which will then, and so forth. But I don't have that yet. And this thing can also refill your canisters and empty the waste canister, and it can also charge your batteries. I don't know if it can also charge the toolkit batteries, I'm not sure about that. Maybe it can. So let's... so no more lockers here. I want to expand the station in this direction. This is planned. To make sure I don't forget this, I will already put down the frames. Can also expand in this direction here. But I feel like I want to expand in this direction with a separate room. so that we have that also. And that other room could then be a greenhouse. Not that we really need one, but yeah. I like to have one regardless. A locker, where will I put it? Well, there's not much space left here. No space, basically. Or should I just expand this freely, you know? Let's first smelt some stuff. Right, I was doing that. Let's split this iron stack up. And look here, we can see currently occupied no. And now occupied 1. This only says 0 or 1. If you want to see how much is in there, then you have to use a different screw, a different value. For example, prefab hash gives us that. I will explain that maybe later. The reference ID. Quantity is 2. Yeah, it was 2 that I put in there. That's correct. Sorting class. I don't know what that is. It's a new thing, I guess. Damage. Wait, what? Oh, this is... Huh? I'm a bit confused here. Damage is at 0. See, I was confusing on the right side and the left side of what's shown on screen here. Max quantity is 50. That's the maximum stack size possible. Occupant hash, we had that. Occupied, we had that. Prefab hash, quantity, reference ID. Sorting class is 9. I don't know what that is. Class. Damage is 0. So back to occupied. So when this is occupied, this will produce a logic statement. The logic statements in the game also only have 2 values, 0 or 1. This is currently saying there's something in there, which is what we want to know. Now all we have to do is we need to take that value and put it into the activate value of that thing. So whenever there's something in that slot, that 1 that we get from here will be written to the 1 of the activate value here. How do I even know that? Because it's written here, man. Here, scroll down the logic values. There they are. On can be read and written, so I can flip this on and off. And activate can be read and written also. Yeah. And activate is what this button does. So let's do that then. Let's make a second logic chip and automate the dude. And split this further for demonstration purposes. Oh, okay, whatever. Where are the logic chips? Here. No, not logic motherboard. I didn't expect that intense reaction. Yeah, I haven't yet shown you all the chips yet. Even though they're tasty. Let's see. Where can we see this best? Oh, maybe here. Yeah. So logic reader, logic writer, then we have the batch reader, then we have the logic mirror I explained, the slot reader, which we have now seen in action. Then we have the batch reader, which reads from multiple devices at once. For example, if I have 2 or 3 or 4 doors, I can select that door type, and then it will read, for example, the open value if I select that, and then what? Because one might be open and one might be closed, but this thing will ultimately only hold one value. What's happening there? Well, at the right top you see, can it be seen here? MTHD, which is short for method, I believe, the method with which these values will then be combined. And then you can select, it shall be the average, or the largest of them, or the smallest of them. See? So you can combine multiple values like this. For example, the temperature here, and the temperature over here, and I want the average, so I know how warm my station really is. That's a possibility. Then we have the reagent reader. I don't really know what that one's good for, but I know it's related to, for example, the ingredients that are in one of the manufactories. I haven't yet used that. 1100 hours in, something I haven't done yet, man. batch slot reader is like the batch reader, except it reads a value from a slot. So yeah, we had that with the slot. And then we have a logic writer switch that can just be used to turn a device on and off. Well, let's see, output. I'm always a bit confused by this device, but it's rather simple to use it to, for example, turn on and off the lights. And then back to the logic reader. So what we want now is a logic writer, which has its input side and therefore also its output side. I will just connect all of that up with one network, not a problem. That was already correct. Needs electricity also. Let's use the screwdriver. And then we will select. First I will select where the value is coming from. I can select the slot reader. And that's the only thing I can do, because it's the only device on the entire network that has exactly one value to present. Now let's select the arc furnace. And then select which value of the arc furnace the activate button. Done. Now whenever there's something in there, we have fully automated our arc furnace. All it took was 2 logic chips and a screwdriver. Is that too much asked? It's not, right? Is that complex? No, it's not. Now if you would do that in the assembly language, there would be one line of code consisting of like 15 characters. Or well, a few more, because the name of the arc furnace itself has to be given. So, but that's just one element, you know. I can tell you what the code would be. It would be, if we are simple, we would just say SB, then the number that represents the arc furnace. I think we're already there. SB space. SB, and then a space character, and then this number, and then a space character, and then the word activate with an uppercase A, and then a space, and then a 1. So we would say write batch, like the batch writer does. This is a logic writer, this would be a batch writer command. And we would then say to which type of device, and then we would say which value of the device, and then we would say which value to this value of the device. We would say 1 shall be written to the activate value of all arc furnaces on the network. One line of code that would do that constantly. Except, of course, it would have to be in a loop. But most people have their IC10 code in a loop that is running and running and running like a machine, instead of just being executed once and then basically stopping. So that's a given. That's why I say, that's why I can legitimately say it's only one line of code. We need more lights in here, and we need more upright wind turbines. I will make 2, which needs more gold. Now we have all this chaos here. Can of course just put that in the stacker if we find it in this chaos here. Yeah, how did I use this guy? You can see in the tooltip R, you hold down that key or whatever key is for you for small increments, and in this way then you can control this. I don't know why it is why the frame rate is dropping over yonder. Yeah, that won't do much. Yeah, funny. The stack of 50 is back together. Humpty Dumpty is fixed. More lights, please. And I need to expand the station. In which direction? In this one or the side? To the side or the front? I'm not sure. since we already have it this long, let's expand it to the side. This will give us a more colorful playthrough experience. And I should print some more sheets, because 18 is not that many. Oh, sheet. How will we expand this then? Well, there could be a courtyard. You can of course connect a stacker to this so that it will become automatically a stack. Man, have we been running around at the beginning to get some electricity, right? Some coal and such. And now that we have the resources, we made the wind turbines. We'll actually put up 2 more now. And we constantly have electricity. It's so laid back, it's so fun now. Now we are in our little living room here and we can expand it and make it more beautiful. Yes, this is not the way it will keep looking, no. No. And this chaos are everywhere. I need more room, I need more lockers. And I need lead so I can make solder, so we can finally do all these automatisms that I keep talking about. So I need this now, and I need frames. Do I have some frames? Frames, 4, not too many. So let's make more frames then. How much do we have here? Okay, frames. I could actually make steel frames if I use steel for that, which is much more resource efficient. But for some reason I want to not do that now. I am in an airlock on a moon next to Jupiter, which is over there. Jupiter, the big bad motherfucking moon, planet. Don't stand in here while you weld it, it will destroy your suit. I mean, it's thin ice on which I'm living here, right? If the suit is destroyed and don't get to my station in time, I will just die. It's just routine that allows me to do this. Or that basically blinds me from the fact that I'm risking a lot here. The growth of electricity is of course not big now, because, I mean, relatively much we already get. We're falling down to 700 watts right now. And now we are at 800, still falling, yeah. What just happened? What happened is that something rolled around the station and entered the stacker. Okay, let's expand the station then. I should already take the walls with me, and I realize I need more iron walls. I don't want to make 1 trillion iron walls though, so what's the solution for that? The stacker, of course. It can be used to control that also. Let's make 20. No iron in there. Let's go. And I should really remember to open my helmet. So 2 more like this, that's pretty clear. Can also expand in this direction, but I don't wanna. This is around the corner stuff. How far will I go? Well, let's just do this. Let's make it a bit corridor-like. And these two I will keep around. I don't have to use all of them up. By the way, here we have our gas canister, which is used up, of course, slowly. So we have to find a way to produce more of that fuel gas. One of the challenges, and it's fun. See, and is there any story yet? No. This is all emergent gameplay from the survival fact. Yeah, and now I remember what I wanted to say while I was mining about. I thought a lot about making games and such, and I prefer the lone wolf experience, or at least the single player experience, where I am at the center of events because I'm deciding my own reality and no one else interferes, and I have my own personal experience here. And that is, then I would start with the idea, with the thing that is closest to you, and the thing closest to you is you. And so, the moment you need to breathe in a game, then you need to cater to that need. And the moment you need to drink, you need to sleep, for example, you need to have a bed, or you need to maybe it has to be further away from your manufacturing machines because else it is too loud, and then you cannot sleep well, and so you will sleep longer or whatever. And then there is the thing with the spacesuits that they're currently expanding, which is what I was talking about while I was mining. And so that makes sense to continue there. And what I'm trying to say there is one of the things that's closest to you in this game is your spacesuit. That's also why I was so fascinated when I played this game for the first time, and of course failed because I had no clue what to do. Because I saw that thing that is closest to me, which is myself. The next layer then is around me, the spacesuit, which then is effectively an extension of that, making it more complex, more interesting to deal with. And now they're working on exactly that front. Man, I have a hard on. I'm looking forward to that. Now we need glass sheets, and of course more iron sheets. What? Yeah, well, when the gas stuff is happening here due to the airlock, everything that can roll in the station will be rolling around a bit. It can actually be utilized. I have once placed the recycler like over here, and it spits out something that needs to be recycled, and that would then roll over the ground, and here there would be the centrifuge, and its input slot is a greedy one, so it picked that up, and yeah, that worked. And once I used pipes to form some kind of funnel where I would just toss in these things, and not these, they don't need to be centrifuged, and then I tossed them in, and the centrifuge would then take all of them in one by one. So what about glass? Do we have glass sheets? 13. I'm not sure if that's enough. Let's see. 1, 2, of 8, 16. Okay, we need 16 already for that. And then also the walls, which is another 16. So we need 34 basically. Surprisingly much.
Power low.
And the glass sheets, they take a lot of silicon, so not sure actually if we can make that. This gives us 25. Well, the micromanagement with the batteries can actually be avoided because there's such a thing as wireless batteries. You have to put up some stations, some devices that will radiate electricity, and if you're not too far away from them, then you can still receive some or a lot of that electricity, and if you then have wireless batteries, they will be charged. Yep, but you can also just plug them into a normal charger, that also works. I wonder if 34 is exactly the amount that we need. This means... Okay, but then I am in there, and then what? Will I then open the wall? The station will cool down a lot. I mean, this will cool it down to like minus 50 degrees. I could, of course, use the furnace again. If I had lead, that would actually make sense. Maybe I could actually... Well, the sun is up soon, so I will continue that part of the station almost, except for one bit, and then I will just break down the wall. And so the station will cool down a lot, but then I will use the furnace when I have found lead to make solder and such, so we will do all that in stride. That sounds good. What would I have done otherwise? Well, I would have to heat this part of the station. Oh, right, I still have to put the glass in. And then I would open up the wall. Alternatively, I could evacuate it. I could create another active vent and another passive vent, and then I could just power them and pump empty this room. Notice how the sound changes. And then, of course, I would have very low pressure over there, so that's not quite the answer, but then I would have the same temperature, because the temperature would then not change, because there would be a vacuum here. And a vacuum, the absence of all gas, has, like we learned in the first video, it has no temperature. Not like Hollywood tells you, you don't freeze to a clump of ice. You don't. So is everything closed? This is not closed, yeah, I know. Okay, so that's ready then. Now we need lead, so we can make solder. And this, I will use... I have silver, don't I? To make electrum. All of that can be looked up in the... Dude, can be looked up in the Stationpedia, of course. How that is done, or why that would be done. But I have to go out very soon, and this means that I will actually not have enough time for all the water ice here to be absorbed, and then I would lose that to the planet. I don't want that, so no. I want to put up some more lights. I wonder where the sun is. Am I prepared to do a mining run? Yeah, let's do the mining run. Batteries are full. We have enough backpack and so forth, so let's get going. And he scores, yeah. We need lead. That's the first order of business, so let's find that. Going 180, so we have to go to 0 later. I will soon create the beacon. I mean, I already have the beacon, the battery-driven one, but I don't bother to use it. I just wanna wing it like I'm doing it right now, and it's working very well. By the way, maybe I should save. I have autosave off. See, that's how stable this game is. I am playing on beta right now, and this session is now already 3 hours long, like the video, and no crashes, nothing. You can rely on that. This game is so stable. I mean, many games are not as stable as this one, and those games have been released. This game has not been released. You can just buy it already and play it. Rocketworks are an awesome software development team. And also their game design is awesome. I cannot speak about Icarus, which I of course bought to support the team, and I'm also interested in... I mean, if it were really all about supporting the team, then I wouldn't have taken the occasional discount into consideration. And would also have bought all the DLC, excuse me, of Icarus, which I have not. And I haven't really played that yet, only a bit. But I'm sure there's more great things down the line. Is this still the right direction? Yep. So I want to find lead. Oh, there's lead. No, again it's copper. Damn it. Looks quite similar. might be some gold over there. Maybe I should go telescope, huh? Dude, is that lead? Or is that again copper? That's again copper. Gold, nice. Copper. I need lead, man. Gold is fine too, but I need lead. That's copper. So where would I have to go back to? I think... Yeah, that's the White Mountain, and the station should... Maybe you can even see it from here. Should be right next to it. And that would be then... Can I see some items of the station from here? Would be the direction of 350 degrees. Interesting, I thought we would... Huh. Maybe I lost it a bit. Damn it! Gold everywhere but no lead. This sucks, man. I can also just wear the mining backpack. But this way I can ensure that what goes in there will always be a full stack. Not that that's really important, but I just want to keep it neat.
Hydration critical.
Huh. Yeah, it's already late. The sun's already quasi going down. And I'm not sure where I have to go, really. Because I deviated from my plan and my sense of orientation is tingling. It's saying, dude, do you really know where you are? And I think I don't. I don't want to risk that, and so I will now go back to the station. Or at least I hope I do so. I mean, I was going 180, right? 180 for a while, and then I was going left. So I would have to go here now. During the day, it's rather easy to spot the station when you're not too far away, and I'm sure that I can get close enough to see it. I think it will be over there. Looks like there's some stuff there. I don't know what that stuff is. I don't know why that is visible from this distance. It's a bit mystic to me. But what would that be if not the station? Yeah, there it is. Okay. So that's the direction of 350. And the opposite of that, 360 is 180. So it would be 170. There was gold here. I want the gold, man. But where is lead? I need to find lead, man. Silicon would also be useful. We have burned through most of it already. But lead is irreplaceable. I want to make solder. I want to show you the bliss of programming in this game. Which then, therefore, of course, also simulates a processor. Or multiple, depending on how many chips you have running. only I could afford the better mining drill already, but I don't. I need the resources, one of them being solder, for which I need lead, and I haven't found the motherfucker yet. The fast mining drill is like mowing your lawn. It's just, you just take away a landscape and replace it with ore in your well, mining belt or backpack or whatever. We can only make the advanced drill once we have the upgraded manufactories, but we can make the hydraulic one earlier. I need solder though, for that I need lead, which isn't here. Your princess is another castle. Interestingly, now I don't want to take any nickel. Though why not? I have the storage space. Let's put the nickel back into the pack. Yeah, hunger and thirst are getting to me, and if they both hit 0, then my health will go down much quicker. Something I need to be careful of. Yep. I have something to drink and food with me, but my lungs are already in the reds. That's not something I want to risk, so I only have 1 pill. Yeah, I can manufacture more pills. How do I do that? Well, I have to plant ferns and combine them in a chemistry station with cobalt and silver, and then I get another pill. It's not too complicated, but I don't have any plants up yet, let alone particularly ferns, because the first thing I would of course plant is potatoes. Dude. Yeah, we're gonna go home as rich people, but will there be lead? Could the real god come over for a moment, please? If there's one. Let there be lead. And now I have gold and copper and nickel and silicon. So one thing led to another, but lead I don't have yet. Yeah, this is one of those moments where if I'd be alone, I might just turn on some show that I don't have to watch too closely, or maybe some audiobook. Possibly turn down the mining drill sound a bit. Yeah. And then you can enjoy yourself while supplying a station.
Power low.
You can really waste thousands of hours in this game. And is it really wasted? I have understood phase change better through this game. I have gotten more used to the already familiar to me but not actually used Kelvin's scale. Then what else was there? Yeah, pressure, kilopascals, megapascals. Gotten used to that. More active thinking about joules versus watts. Not that the game actually stimulates you to do so, but yeah, I did. Probably other things. Off the top of my head I can't think of it. So, what missions could there be? I haven't heard a word yet about this, but okay, recently we were talking about, for example, a hotel kind of thing, where you have guests who need to be, well, it would fit the game very well. Currently, we're catering to our own needs and make sure that the station works, but we have to do everything by hand and so forth. But if you could automate that and mass produce basically multiple rooms, all with central air and heating and so forth, possibly even accommodating different atmospheres, you know, Zrillion breathe not oxygen but something else, that then having a hotel kind of thing where you have to cater to guests in this way, that would just fit very well. I don't know why you would then do that and what kind of reward would there be, because that is once again one of those points where you would ask yourself, yeah, you can do that, but why? I mean, currently all the things I'm doing, they mesh together, but that would be like a portal between the thing, the complex big thing that would be doing, and well, and why you would be doing it, and there would be only one connection. That should be a mesh also somehow. Maybe, for example, I don't know, maybe certain things are only traded by certain people, and those people, they need to stay on your planet for a while. Or maybe you can have traders which will make an outpost on your planet, and you will get a little bit of, they will actually pay you so that you keep them alive, so that you give them a hotel room and such, and so you have a constant influx of money. Yeah, because there's also money in this game. Here I have 0, but I can make some by selling things to a trader, and I can buy things from a trader. What can you buy from traders? Oh, pretty much everything. An auto lathe, manufacturing devices, water, drinking water bottles. You can buy water in bulk, for which you then have to install some pipes and shit. Yeah. And you can even sell them ore. I had a trader once who wanted some iron, and so I just flipped out my mining drill and mined both basically in their site. They were basically seeing me mining, and then I went over to them and then said, here it is, give me the money. Yeah, that's how it works. So that's one idea, to have kind of a hotel-like circumstances. Currently we already have this thing where we have to accommodate, some traders need atmosphere already. You have to build a hangar for them, and then there will be a human without a space suit or without the helmet closed standing in front of you trading stuff with you. That's already in here. But where's the lead? Well, there could be the usual fetch missions where you have to retrieve something. I mean, once the landscape is more complex, they could tell you, well, travel to that point and there will be a thing there and you bring the thing back. This thing ideally should then also have meaning. Well, but it could be a trader maybe who says, hey, here's a kind of a bounty, that thing is there, so fetch it and then call me, I come down and you can sell it to me. That is something that is very close to the things we already have in the game. And how will you get there then? Well, you would, for example, take the rover, which can probably drive fast and take some resources with it, so you have something to drink and to eat and enough storage space for stuff that you might mine or something. See, this game is a platform for lots of games that can be made. Of course, you can't go too far. Like, for example, making a Splinter Cell-like game out of this one now, that's out of the question. But you see what I'm saying, right? Where's the sun? Huh. If you were on the moon and you would just gather some oxide like I'm doing here, you could just throw that down in your station and it would melt in the sun, and then you would have an atmosphere which consists mostly of oxygen, and there would also be some nitrogen because that's what's in there. And there's the sun, 350. Aha, we can already see it, nice. And since we can already see it, I would just ignore it and try to find lead. Damn it. There's more gold. Yes, gold. Of course I find gold when I look for lead. Maybe I should look for gold. I don't have too much time before I have to get home. Yeah, before I lose that direction out of my sight, that's where it would be, 330. When I get home, I will certainly make another station battery, because currently we have an overflow of electricity. I think that thing might actually be blue by now, who knows. I mean, we had already an overabundance, and then I added 2 more wind turbines because I wanted to add more lights, which I haven't yet done. And more station batteries will allow us to keep the overall energy budget in balance better, because we will have more time to react to it building up or decreasing. Remember, though, to not wire them in series, wire them in parallel, else you will have a bad time.
Health low.
Yep. 75 has been passed. 75% health. I have some suggestions regarding the health. But okay, that's not for now. Hey, by the way, let's look at the forum. Has someone possibly seen what I said there? Where is it though? Weird. Oh, there it is. No one has seen that yet, dude. Normally there's more activity there. When you're waiting for something, it doesn't happen. Yep, that's kind of what it is, particularly in my life. So...
Power critical.
A mining run completely unsuccessful when it comes to finding lead. Interesting. Even though it was rather extensive. Or will we find it on the way back to the station? I mean, see, the thing is, there's gambler's fallacy, right? Gambler's fallacy is when there's a gambler standing in a casino and they're seeing someone winning or someone losing a game of chance, or like, for example, the 18 hasn't come for a long time and they're saying, well, this means the probability for the 18 to come very soon is high. And so then they start betting. And that's a fallacy. I just don't understand quite why that is a fallacy, for it is true. It is true that the 18 will come soon. I mean, of course, it depends on how the casino deals with that. The numbers in a casino are not entirely random, of course. They are balanced randomness. But I'm saying there's the law of large numbers. Let's take a dice. We're rolling a dice with 6 sides. You're a peasant, I know, whatever. We're rolling a dice with 6 sides. And so all the 6 numbers will come up if we roll the dice 1,000,000 times. You can be sure that this happens. I mean, the probability that this happens is not 1, but it's 0.999999, very high. The probability. The probability is then, of course, not a prescription of what reality will actually do. It is only like, yeah, it's a probability. You know what a probability is, right? But in principle, we can say that the amount of occurrences of 1 and of 2 and 3, 4, 5 and 6 will be equal overall. Well, not identical really, but mostly equal. And that is the law of large numbers. I don't know how it is actually phrased normally, because I just phrased it by describing what would be happening.
Temperature critical.
But
Temperature low.
in principle, that's the way it works. So let's just say we roll the dice, and we have rolled it 100 times, and we know that this dice is fair. It's a fair dice. And for some reason, though, the 6 has come up very rarely. The other numbers have come up equally, but the 6 has not come up as much. So what's happening there? The law of large numbers says that it will eventually come up often enough so that it's balanced out again. And is that not a falsification of gambler's fallacy? I mean, if I would have been talking to a statistician, I believe, to someone who knows their math in these regards. I had that in school also, in high school, but well, I wasn't good at math. Nope. I was great with fractions, but the stochastic stuff, that was... I had problems with this Chebyshev's formulas and so forth. I had trouble with that. It wasn't a good time. Anyway, they would probably then tell me, dude, yeah, that thought, I understand how you would come to that thought, but that's actually not how it is. Instead, no. But this instead, that they would then tell me, I cannot imagine, I cannot fathom. To me, I mean, if they would tell me, I could, because then they would have told me, but currently I can't. And so my thought right now is, gambler's fallacy is not a fallacy at all. Because the probability that the 6 will come when it hasn't come in a long time is higher. Isn't it? I mean, you would say the probability is still the same, but it's not. There is the law of large numbers, period. I don't understand, man, what my mistake there is. I have understood, though, what my mistake is in regards to what's the word? To formulating sentences while recording a video.
Power critical.
Different battery then? Or should we go home maybe? Yeah, let's go home. 350. We can see the wide, large mountain, so the direction is probably correct. Oh, wasn't it 330? Yeah, and that's where we're heading. So, there's the station. Somewhere here. Oh, well, it should be here. Maybe I was just further away than I thought. But it's here. There it is, yeah. So what I have understood, though, is when it comes to fractional numbers like 0.99999999999. Hey, why is this off? Because there's no cable yet. This actually tells us we should have another airlock, not just one. So let's go in. And when we're in, let's immediately eat and drink. Because, let's just say this, if I have the number 0.9, then that is close to 1, but it's not 1. Obviously, it's 1 minus 0.1. If I want to get closer, this is the closest number though to 1 that I can write, except if I just add another digit to the right of the decimal point. So if I add another 9 there on the right, now I will have gotten closer to 1, but I will not be at 1, obviously. And so I do that again and again and again. And it was a mystery to me, basically still is, but that's, you know, I have accepted that it is the way. If you do that infinitely many times, isn't that still the same rule? You have gotten closer to 1, but you haven't reached 1. And that will always be the case. Every last step of the way will get you closer, but not there. Interesting, I find. That is, though a 0.99 with infinite many 9s is actually 1. That's weird, man. So this and the... well, let's put that in the backpack. And what have we harvested? Well, a lot. Lots of gold, for example. Lots of this stuff. Lots of copper. And now that we have our nice automatism here, let's use it. You just heard the clickety-click of the chips when they did something of relevance. And this thing will now work. So, station battery, rather full, okay. How full though? 123 kilowatts, Yeah, okay, we're currently consuming more than we are producing. So it was indeed almost full. Too bad though, I haven't found any lead, because I really wanted to expand the station. I mean, look at this. This is so cramped. We need more space for lockers and such. Why can't I find lead? This is just bad, man. Maybe I should just do another run then, right away. But first I want to put up the lights. Didn't I have 2? Oh, only 1. Oh, I thought I had 2. Well, then let's make another one. Is this still on the lights? It is. Oh, there's the other one. Let's turn off my own light and see where we need light the most. Well, basically here, when I'm furnacing, but that is rare enough. Here's a locker, and here could some light would be beneficial. Here or where? I want to place the center of the light, which is probably the actual light source, and the rest is just fake, so that it will possibly shine into the locker. This makes the placement of the lights on the ceiling rather ugly, but I prefer efficient light over beautiful design. what you just heard was the arc furnace being interrupted. But the interruption was too short for it to spit that out, I guess. Okay, more light. Is my flashlight on? It is not. That did something, man. And the next one I would put up here when the reason has arisen. The reason has arisen. Not bad. Ah. So is it still smelting? Yes, it is, for it is now automated and convenient. And if the storm comes, we will not care. We just don't care. Except we don't have a station battery yet to capture all that electricity, and maybe it's indeed due time for just that reason. So let's make one right away. Boy, is this cramped in here. I could also automate this dude, this door, when it comes to the station being too hot. But I will not do that right now. I would use logic chips for that. But I just want to use programming. It's easier. Programming is easier? Yeah, it's easier than... I mean, this is of course a simple procedure. But if I think, oh man, I want to do that differently, then I have to unscrew this and place it somewhere else or add some chips and whatever. This takes so much cable and so much real estate. I mean, all of this can be done with one chip, and this one chip could also control the lights and the airlock and everything, all in one chip. Due time that I use the furnace again. Huh, I could connect the door already. And I can also print some more cables. I mean, regarding graphics, this game isn't the most high-tech game that you have ever played. There are other games. But in regards to what you as a player can experience directly, not in graphics, but in simulation, in interaction and so forth, this is the most high-tech game there is. I mean, okay, maybe if we take Dwarf Fortress into the consideration, then this will probably be a bit different. But it's kind of an outlier, isn't it, for the way in which it is played. I'm currently talking about games that you can easily experience from the first-person perspective, which is the most impactful when it comes to immersion. And people say, oh, my immersion. And yeah, I am all, in quotation marks, all about immersion.
Temperature high.
Why? Because immersion is equivalent to belief. And belief is equivalent to fun when it comes to, well, I mean, I'm playing this simulation game here to experience the reality of it. And, okay, that doesn't work. And the more I can believe it, the more I will have fun in it. And it's just like when someone writes a story. I want to believe it. I want to suspend disbelief. So the better I can believe it, you know. That's not yet finished. And most of all, it doesn't yet have input. So no use yet. We can see it's yellow, so I'm in the right spot. Oh, I think we should change this a bit. It was getting my nerves anyway, in this place. Come on. Okay. Yep, now both of them are being charged. And let's do this now. Don't connect it there, that's not my goal here. Where is the thing? Didn't I have a thing? I had a thing, didn't I? Oh, there's the thing. Yeah, that's more convenient. 2 station batteries. Living large. So the sun will soon be up, and I need to find lead. There is no way around that. Which is fucking annoying when you don't find it. Wait, I'm missing a tool. I have my usual order here. This is mechanical break apart stuff of the simple and the advanced kind. This is rotate stuff of the simple and the advanced kind. This is cutting stuff of the simple and advanced kind, or whatever. It's the wrenches. And then we have this and an empty slot. Okay, everything's here. Could you leave the cables here also? No, it doesn't help. Battery consumption. We are at... yeah, you can actually see the potential here also. 3.34 megawatts. If this would go down now, then we'd know we are over budget. Oh, and it is going down. We are over budget. What's coming in is only 100 or something watts, but that can change in a jiffy. And now I fear that I will lose the station, for I have to be more radical when it comes to my searching approach, and therefore I will now put down the tracker.
Power low.
And I will put in a large battery, which is unnecessary, because small battery lasts us forever in the sky. I mean, you can make an extensive mining run, you come back at 92% or whatever with a small battery, but I'm paranoid. So where's my tracker thingy? There is it, that is, and let's just put that in here then. Aha, here we go. So, are my batteries full enough? This one's full. This one's not full enough. I want to have reserves. Not full enough. Fine. Okay then. What's with the wattage? Incoming 900 watts. 1 kilowatts coming in. 1000 watts. So then. Let's go. No, that thing needs to stay here. Do we have enough oxygen? What about the waste canister? Alright. See, this is myself. If I would be in multiplayer, I could also select other players, so everybody is a beacon. Very convenient. They don't consume electricity, though. And doesn't everybody have a battery? And here we can see how far we are and in which direction. Isn't that freeing? Finally, we can just hop around and jump around and search and hopefully find the motherfucking shit that the lead is. God damn it. And I will not rest before I have not found the lead. And I will not mine before I have not found the lead. Lead. Should move off of beaten paths. So looking forward to the new spacesuits. What will they be like? I mean, it's one of the most primary experiences, like I said. What is it that I care? I mean, seriously, okay, let's take another talky break. I was thinking about what is fun in a game, and one of my conclusions eventually was, like I already said, you only need a playground for your will. like for example, let's say we have a rectangular grid of little squares, and they have random colors. And now you can click on one of these, and this will, and you can choose a color. This is not a game idea I came up with. No, this is an existing game type, and it's fun. You have this grid of like 50 by 50 or 20 by 20 by 20 colored grids, like 7 or 8 different colors, primary-ish colors. And you can choose those colors from your toolkit, basically. And now you can select the color red, for example, and you click on a blue grid, and it will color that grid red. But if there's an adjacent blue grid, it will also be colored red. So it's like a flood fill. That entire little lake there, little puddle, will now change to red. Obviously, if there was adjacent red, now you have a larger puddle of red there. Now you choose another color again and so forth. See, and that's a simple concept, and it's fun. I mean, how simple was that? And it's fun. But ultimately, I was asking myself, what is fun in a game? And I was basically in a spot where I wasn't emotionally too much there, so I couldn't find fun in the little things like what I just described, but I needed something strong, something driving, something with necessity, and I don't know. And so I ultimately said, okay, what about starting with a primary thing, your will itself? And the most primary thing you can find in the universe for your will, I mean outside maybe it's just will, but in the universe it's you have a body. And so you need to breathe, you need to drink, you need to eat. So the most primary thing would then be you implement a game where you have a world of sorts, 3D, 2D, something, where you need to breathe and drink and eat and maybe sleep. These are needs. You need to fulfill those needs. So that they can be fulfilled, you have to fulfill other needs. And all of that emerges like a tree of which you are the root, or like a star of which you are the center. It's a good concept. It lends itself to an infinite amount of games. Maybe that's also one of the reasons that Dean Hall is such a survival game buff, you know? He likes to play and make survival games. Okay, in case you don't know who Dean Hall is, I don't know which the zombie game was to which he contributed that mod that has by now grown into its own game or something, I'm not sure. But anyway, Dean Hall is the boss and founder of Rocketworks, of the company that made this game, and I finally found lead. Now you see what I thought that something else would be lead but isn't. It is, you know, kind of everything. And his nickname on the Steam forums and on Rocket, on the Discord, Discord is Rocket. You can actually find him there, Rocket CEO. Yep, and you can talk to him, and you shouldn't, because you should only waste his time when you think it's a good idea, as you're taking away from all of us. Okay, these guys, you shouldn't waste their time, particularly not the time of the one who is in the middle of all of it, and therefore has to, well, play on all fronts, and thus probably has the most to do, I guess. So just occasionally tagging him like, hey, Mr. Dude, blah, 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 that shouldn't happen, except if you have a good reason. Else we all have to pay a little bit for that. You could say that tagging him when not needed is stochastic terrorism. Ha 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 lol lol lol. Yep, I will take all of the lead, for it was hard to find it. Now that I've found it, I want all of it. man, I'm so looking forward to the future of gaming and my own future also, because I know there's some things ahead which will actually allow me to do some large-scale projects, like for example a remake of Deus Ex, the original, on a quality level of well, Cyberpunk 2077. I know that's a tall order, but that is actually that will actually be at my disposal. Only it's down the road, and I have to wait for that. All these things are lined up, and they will happen. And then I will certainly, for example, try to make a remake of a Deus Ex that will be different, and that will probably employ some Minecraft tech, as in the world will be built maybe not of blocks, but of parts like in this world, you know? And well, now that I know Stationeers, I can say it would be consisting to some part of Stationeer tech, you know? Because hacking a computer is more fun if rewiring it is also a possibility, for example. Or if the rocket, if some, not that rocket, no, I mean a rocket now, from a launcher, if a rocket launcher of an enemy fires at you and you escape that, the place where it has fired will still be hot. And so if you get close to that, the atmosphere will be heated, and that can then also have its side effects. So you cannot just stay in cover there this whole time while they're firing at you. The heat will rise. There's something to consider, man. There might even also be pollutant. So you might have that need that augmentation that filters your gas, the lung protection stuff, you know. Yeah, I have some other games ideas. I will just tell them to you. Why not? I mean, does it hurt? For example, I wanted to make a game whose name will be, and if you take that from me now, the name itself, then you must ask yourself if that is the right thing to do, and that's all I say, because that's how I believe this will play out. Karma is real, and you will see that. Karma is real, and I'm not talking about death and rebirth. I'm talking about in this life, real world karma. Anyway, so the idea was to make a game that is called Sim Bum. Like The Sims, you would play a bum, you know, a homeless person, so I would just call that bum then, for fun, and you would be simulated. And so, I mean, a bum is not like a normal citizen. They have nothing, and they need many things that they don't have, and they have to sleep under the open air. They might get robbed, there might be danger and violence, and maybe they have to search in trash cans for stuff. And I mean, that is of course not fun in reality, and maybe someone out there has been in that situation and finds it quite disgusting that I would try to make a game like that. But I will tell you, if the world were a sane place, there would be games of all kinds, simulators, for example, of events that should never have played out in reality, but why not have them as a game? And I don't think there should be any limitations. For, you know, the real problem, see, the real problem is the separation of inside and outside, of what's in your head and what's outside. And if you have achieved a 100% separation, like I have, then you can celebrate whatever you want in your head. It will just be in your head. And who knows, maybe horror films, which I'm not too fond of, but also watch sometimes, splatter films and such, are kind of a training ground sometimes for people to go there. Because, I mean, why would you enjoy that? Why would you be entertained by that in a film? Anyway, it's a good thing to have this wall. And if there are people out there who don't have a good wall between the inside and the outside, they might then assume that others are also like that, and would then suspect that violent video games are a problem, because this quasi-training, I mean, this you have to do this, you have to do that, and this will make you more successful and so forth. This quasi-training will then bleed over into reality. But if you have a proper separation between inside and outside, then you will only do the things that you want to be manifested. You will only manifest with words and actions that which you want to be manifested in the world, not the other things. There's a mental realm, and there's the physical realm, and you should strive to separate the two 100%. You should be the master of that borderline, nobody else. And so if someone else tells you you can't watch that, you can't play that game because blah blah blah, fuck them. They are of low quality, you are of high quality. So you play like a high quality human, and they have to play on the low quality ranks, but they are not to order you to also walk over ramps like they have to. And also, there's a little problem here. When we have actual studies that may or may not tell that there is an inclination of people who play violent video games to be more violent. I mean, there are certainly studies that prove that, because there are studies for all kinds of shit which prove all kinds of statements that you want them to make. And I'm not saying that these studies are fake, I'm just saying studies are ultimately just an attempt at being objective, but they are not the objectivity. But most of all, even if those studies exist, and even if they are true, there's still the following question. Does a video game with lots of violence, where you are killing people or possibly torturing people and such, does that not also possibly relieve some of your tension and anger, and thus maybe take away the probability that you might act out on that in the world because you have found a way to just let go? If that side is not also investigated and then the two resulting numbers set into relation, you cannot make a decision as to whether there should be such video games. But such decisions have been made. You see, our leaders, the politicians and the specialists and the knowledgeable people that they lean into, I mean, all of those are idiots on some level. Like everybody, including myself, is an idiot on some level, or at least in some situations. And that's why science is so important, where the knowledge and the logic is networked, where it's working together collectively. But how the fuck did I get there? Yeah, all kinds of games, and why shouldn't there also be then a simulation where you're a bum? And I mean, many games have this component where you level up, where you get better. Well, what better way to start than as a bum? Also, since when I was in this emotional spot where I couldn't find joy in too many things, so I needed some push that I could relate to. I mean, that's no longer the case, but this doesn't mean that my findings of those times are now falsified. It is just that I have found the strongest push and the strongest motivation in simulations where you are basically playing yourself in a survival scenario, and where you are playing in a city, in an urban environment, for my emotion can relate to that the most. And an urban environment also lends itself to all kinds of things. There are stores from which you can buy stuff. There's also technology. There's homes. You can have your cave there. And oh, there's another thing. I think that games should generally have a place to which you can retreat. Which, interestingly, this game, I just realized, is all about a place that you can build that is yours, your home. God damn it, I didn't even see that. So games should have that, like the Deus Ex Mankind Divided has it, though that's not too relevant in that game, but still a place into which you can retreat, where you can carry your goods, the things that you gathered, your cave, because the cave is so ingrained in us, the cave into which we retreat. And can you imagine not to have a home? I mean, there are people who can imagine that rather well. And I hope they can take this idea of a sim bum, a sim homeless, in a positive light, because, I mean, the downside is maybe someone takes delight in playing that, and that's then maybe exploitative. I mean, how can you enjoy such a game without that concept existing? And how would that concept exist without someone actually having to live that? That is one perspective. Another perspective, though, is that the people then would be taught to relate better, to understand better what that's like. See, I mean, everything can be viewed from both sides, and I gave you this example right now, and the other example before when it comes to the study regarding violent video games. And there's not just two sides, but I'm saying everything can be twisted this or that way. And when you hear me rambling this whole time about stuff that is unrelated to this game, that is kind of off-putting, right? But on the other hand, you will be hearing concepts that you have not heard before, ideas that you have not heard before. valuable stuff in principle if you're looking for new things or if you're trying to educate yourself. So Simbum, where we would then basically roam the streets, but I would also make it so that you can break into buildings, so you can steal stuff. So you would also have a thief simulation there. And this would then eventually lead, for example, to the scenario that you break into a house of rich people, which have like where you could then basically clean yourself up. You could stay there for a few months, take a daily shower, shave yourself, remove the stink that is. I mean, you can't just wash that off. It's in your body also. I mean, it's not magical. Your surface doesn't magically shield your and so forth. So you would have to take quite a few showers. Over a longer time, you would have to live a clean life, and then you could wear the suits there, and then maybe you could pull an Andy Dufresne and walk into a bank in a suit and pull some tricks or whatever. You know, that would be the game. So basically a life simulation where you start as a bum, and where that would be a significant part of the gameplay in the beginning, but could you work yourself into any kinds of directions. That's a nice game, and I would like to make happen. Yeah, how did I mean that? That I could potentially? No, definitely and actually later make or cause the making of games of the scale of Cyberpunk 2077, which cost millions of dollars, AAA titles. Is that true? Yeah, that's true. How can that be true? I will not tell you, because you will not believe me. But it is true, and I will then do those things. Because it is fun to play with this world. And I want to play, man, I tell you that. So, we have silver. We have gold. If I would come across some more silver, that would be nice, but it's not necessary. So we can make electrum, which is needed for various things related to chip making and such. And we have we can make solder with the lead and the iron that we have. So we can make the chip, so we can start programming. And so that's what I want to do. How late is it? How long is the video? We have 4 hours of video so far, but I don't feel like I want to stop, currently at least. I'd love to finance Rocketworks for this beautiful thing that they have here, but I can't yet. It's not yet the time. Because, I mean, this is the kind of... See, there are all kinds of prizes that some magazines hand out and so forth, but there are also prizes and awards that are handed out by some government entities and institutions, and this also leads even to money being handed out for educational games and such. That happens. And this game deserves that. This is a game on the forefront of gaming cultural development, and it needs to be financed, man. And I wish that would happen, but it doesn't. What the fuck, man? What's happening? This is wrong. Let's go back home. If we find out of this cave that I dug. Maybe I shouldn't have dug so much. So in other words, Douglas. Well, another thing I want to do is, and that came along, I mean, this whole AI stuff that is currently going on in the world, that kind of took me by surprise. I didn't expect that, and I think we haven't seen the half of it. This will explode, man. And yes, the problem of AI is going rogue, that is ahead of us also, but I don't fear it. Everything will work out. Anyway, but that's also happening, definitely, because we will have AIs that will be designing AIs. It's just a logical step. Of course that will happen. If that makes sense, then yeah. Because our goal is, of course, to make the most advanced such thing. That will definitely happen. And then there will definitely be some ill decisions that will be made. And if there's the right mechanics or machinery attached, then that can lead to some manifestations of the not so pleasant kind. I hope that doesn't happen. Anyway, that took me by surprise. So until then, I had rather the following plan. That I mean, do you know the game Captain Blood? It's on C64, and I haven't really played it because it was beyond me. I was too young at that age to really understand what was going on there. Captain Blood, one of the things, and that's what I'm talking about here, is you could communicate with aliens there by assembling sentences out of symbols. And what I would like to do is basically you walk into a bar as a human being in an urban environment, and then you initiate a conversation with someone, and then you can select, for example, polite, inquire, location, and then you browse the topics that you know, and you know, that kind of thing. You would assemble sentences like you hear assembling space stations, you know, that you would communicate like this, and then they would communicate back, and all of that would be emergent. And that doesn't require AI at all. And so then you wouldn't get any stupid responses like there's some AI game out there, I think it's a vaudeville, or what's the name? And it's probably pretty cool. I mean, you have to remember, it's I wouldn't say a prototype, but it gets us once again to places where we haven't seen, where we haven't been yet. And so we can be thankful that someone went there, and we shouldn't rip that game a new asshole because it sometimes gives stupid responses. But anyway, that's what it's doing sometimes, and what I just described would be a game that wouldn't have that. It would, though, require some simulation of the people in the world walking about and gathering information, experiencing stuff. It would be cool if you, for example, would be in some game, would be someone who basically has to hide from the cops, and they would be following clues that you leave behind accidentally, and so you would have to try to avoid that. That would also be interesting. And there's, of course, then the thought, why not put all of that in one game? Because that's certainly beyond what we can make right now. But yeah, why not put all of that in one game? And then we will eventually have some Matrix-like simulation, of course only on a very low level, but this will then get more and more sophisticated. And yeah, we will be getting there. And maybe we will actually be able to have some mind interface that will allow us then to see things. Maybe this will require some hardware implant. I'm not too fond of that idea. But anyway, we will get there. Definitely. But what if nuclear war wipes us out? There will not be a nuclear war. There won't be. On a small scale, maybe, yeah, but not ultimately a civilization scale thing. That's not gonna happen. Well, you can take that to the bank, man. So let's see. We are 97%. Yeah, that was a big battery, but you get it. Okay, let's see. The big battery versus the small battery. Large battery, we know it has 0. Okay, let's calculate in kilopascals. In kilowatts, or rather kilojoules, but you know the drill. 288. 288, and then there is the small battery. 288, and here we have 36. Times 10 is 10 times is a bit more than 288. So you can say roughly 10 times. So what we would have used 30% of this battery during this relatively extensive mining run we just did there. So this tells us we can just use the small battery as long as it's not also being discharged by means of cold. But here it is warm, and so that doesn't happen. Okay, ready for action then. Let's do some shit. Let's expand the station and also smelt some stuff. I want to prepare that. So things will get a bit crowded on screen now. Oh, and I remember that our furnace was actually not emptied. It is all the stuff from before is still in there. Wouldn't that freeze to death? Well, it won't really because the room is warm. Let's see. If we look at the furnace, we should see a temperature of, let's see, we have 22 Celsius. 273.15 is 0 Celsius. So, excuse me, one moment please. I have to remove this alert of my reminder program. And now it's gone. That I wrote myself. So, 273.15 plus 20 is 293.15 plus 2 is 295.15, and so that's what we should read here. 296. Da 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 da. So this has room temperature now. 22.5, 22. Yeah, this has room temperature now, but there's 3 megapascals of stuff in there. We could now pump that into our room if you had the appropriate equipment, which we don't have. Because we don't have the space. So that's kind of it's kind of a Mexican standoff situation. What do we do now? Every move is a wrong move. I don't want to waste that to the planets. I mean, we have so much CO2 here. It's so nice to have. Can we maybe just put something quick up here?
You are listening to music from Synthera and Exosphere.
It's a bit.
On
Let me just investigate why the frame rate is going down. What's my system doing? Rocket Station is using 33%. Then we have Ops Studio. Okay, overall is fine. Yeah, I don't know what's going on there. And I have 32 gigabytes of RAM, so that's not a problem. I was finally fed up with the question, do I have enough? And so I just wanted to have more. So where is the... let me just check what kind of track that is. Yeah. Where is the thing? There it is, the atmospherics kit. So there's a filtration thing. And... I mean, since I won't have to vent the station into the cold, because that's too many loose items, that's probably the reason. Into the cold because there is too much heat in here, because I can just break down that wall once I've closed up that new section there. I don't have to vent the station, and therefore I will be able to... Oh wait, that's not good. I will be able to just keep the CO2 that I would now unleash into the station. Do you see that here? What's happening there? 146 is out here, and in here we have 140 minus 145. So out here is getting colder, out here it's colder, and you see air streaming from the inside. There's actually a thing in the game that is a turbine that is like a wall. If I put that in here, then the day-night change, which creates different temperatures and slowly then exchanges pressure with this little channel that we basically built here, would drive the turbine slightly, so we would make a couple of watts just by the sun moving. There's also a thing that you can do. Man, we have too many loose items. I've never had such a low frame rate in this game. Except when the storms were brewing and they had that still at full quality. setting up the filtration to milk our this thing here. This will not be too hard to do. I just don't know where to place it. I would say over here. This is filtration, okay. Can I get through here? I can. Good, through here also. Man, this is so cramped. Soon. I mean, this expansion of the station that's ahead of us. I mean, imagine. In other games, you can place blocks of a station. You look down maybe, and then you place a block, and then you can just make some more space. But here is more tedious, more complex to make happen. And so we will have to make do with what we have. It's more complex because you have to place down the things, which is individual labor effort here. You have to have the resources. You have to consider the atmosphere exchange that happens if you break down the wall. And so you will try to make do with the space that you have. And there are also more dependencies. You can't just click from the 3D top-down view and make that happen, but you're inside, and so you have to consider day and night. Does it make sense to use the airlock now and so forth? I mean, you don't have to consider that, but that's what I'm doing. I'm trying to consider all factors. And so in this game, it is much more meaningful to strive for an expansion of the station. In another game, you just plop down those frames or those blocks, and then you're done. But here it is an event. An event is ahead of us. It is much more important. Everything is more important, and everything is real. I love this game to bits, man. That is not fanboyism, I tell you. Okay, can I connect this? I don't have enough cables. Let's make some. Let's also smelt some copper while we at it. Let's make 80 cables, but not all of them, no. Oh, that was convenient. This time I will also wire up the logic, even though I don't quite need it. Because I might need it later. I can just place my chip right there in the filtration unit. For example, I can use that to find out... let's take... Okay, this is the output side. And use a pipe cowl here. So I would unleash that into the world. And here I will need this. To pipe that... Wait, is that the input side? Oh! I done goofed. This is the output side, so I have to connect this actually. Okay, I placed that wrong. I didn't place that well. Shit, I have to unbuild this. Sorry. Sorry about that. Wrench required. And at the hand drill again. Let's first do the pipe. I was kind of thinking that earlier, but decided, nah, not necessary. Yeah, it was necessary. Is there some better music maybe that is more fun? Well, at least it won't get us in copyright trouble. Hey, look, the door is powered. If I push this, the door will open. Maybe I should do this, because I don't want to accidentally do that. What's with the cables? Do we have some cables now? Uh-oh. Did you hear that sound? I guess we just stuffed some cable in there. Let's do that then. Huh. Oh, did I mishear that? Oh, I did not. Okay. I don't know what would have happened. To this day, I haven't found out. Hilarious, if you think about it. Yeah, that's because I don't play in creative. I only play in survival. Only in survival. Even if I want to demonstrate things, I want to build a station where I can show people this is how programming works and so forth. Not this one. I mean, I did some in the past. And even then, I go and do a survival build. Because I want to live this game, man. I mean, at least when I'm playing it, obviously. But okay, speaking about which, I was so fascinated with this game that a few months ago I thought maybe I should get some device that measures the CO2 ratio in my room, just for fun. Not a stupid idea, I find, but it wouldn't do much. There has been a study, supposedly, that says that even in one of the modern buildings, which are insulated much better, even there, if you have everything closed up, all windows, etc., every 1 hour the entire atmosphere will have been exchanged. Not every 1 day, every 1 hour. And that is that's fast, I would say. So what would I really measure there? But my own impatience, so whatever. Man, I'm confused. There's so much crap lying around, it's insane. How the fuck do I get through this? How do I reach these kids? This is the air conditioner. Take care not to build the wrong thing, else you will be frustrated. A friend told me. So now we can... That is already down there. Where is the measuring device? Here we go. Yep, that's already here. So the waste gas I would like to not have in my station. So let's pipe that out of the station. Currently the pipe has a vacuum, so the fact that it is not insulated is not a problem. But ultimately the pipe should be insulated, and instead of wasting the resources that I'm wasting indeed, by making this insulation, I should just print an insulated pipe from the get-go. But I mean, we have enough, and I also like to toy with the new things. This insulation thing is about a week old, or 2 maybe. This pipe will be constantly exposed to the planet, and so the entire pipe needs to be insulated, not just the bottom part or something, or the top part. Look at this chaos! My god! And now I need a pipe cowl, so this is the waste pipe. Everything that we don't want will be piped out here. And so that it can be piped out, we need a pipe cowl. Could also use a passive vent, of course. Hey, wait, what? Oh, that's the tool manufactory. Such chaos. This is probably the most chaotic station situation I've ever had. It's funny that every playthrough is so different. And, I mean, every little decision contributes to it. I mean, there's this cable in this place and you thought, okay, then just put this thing then over here, whatever. And this has cascading consequences. Okay. Now we need another pipe cowl. I should have printed 2. For the indoors. What's the pressure, by the way, in there? 70 or something? 60. Actually, what the fuck am I doing? A passive vent is actually applicable here, and I do remember we have one. We don't even have to print anything here. because you can just place the passive vent on the ground. The trick now is to find it, and that's a funny challenge. Where is the passive vent? There it is. The passive vent is like a piece of pipe. It can be placed directly here. It just can't be placed on a cable. That's the difference from a pipe, but otherwise, yeah. You can also place the active vent here, and it will then tell you also by the yellow color that it can be placed there, but that's actually not the truth. The active vent, like all actual devices, need to be separated by, well, by pipes. So that's a bug they still have in there, and for whatever reason haven't yet bothered to fix. So, what gases do we have in here that we would like to keep? CO2, of course, for the plants would be nice. I mean, the room in here has not even 1% CO2, and that's too little percent. Too few, you know, that's not good for the plants. In reality, of course, that's plenty, because there's such a thing as CO2 toxicity. And there's some O2 in here, but that's just waste O2, I guess, from me having tossed in there too much oxide. Usually that burns up, so that's not something we're looking forward to. But there's also nitrogen, and I would like to keep the nitrogen. There are some plants that use nitrogen, and so by instinct I will just say, let's keep the CO2 and the nitrogen. So let's make filters for that then. And by the way, look at that. Boop, boop. Guess what? We will get even more crap in here. So, 3 of those filters then, please. Here we have industrial grade filters. The medium, no, they have, right, the heavy filters cannot yet be made. These are the medium filters. They, though, need some stuff that we don't have yet. Or do they? I mean, steel, I guess, I'm not sure. We need 3 of these. Alrighty, let the games begin. Oh, it needs to be wired up. It doesn't have cable yet. Okay, that then also. It would be such a relief once this is all cleaned up and the new section can be taken. I mean, I could, of course, already have opened the other section. But I'm trying to optimize the decision making here, and that's... that leads to this chaos, and I like this because this chaos, I want to get rid of it, and so I have yet another thing to look forward to. This is fun, man. And the frame rate will go up. You can see here that the CO2 ratio is increasing. The pressure will also be increasing slowly. 63.3, 63 point... Not so much, huh? Maybe the station is a bit big. The room. And here we have O2, of course, from the atmosphere, and we have pollutant, and yeah, and also O2 from this here, of course. Why is the O2 here increasing in the pipe network? Probably because the furnace is a weird beast. I really don't understand what's happening there. Sometimes you keep pumping and pumping with a filtration unit like this, and nothing happens for a while, and then suddenly, like here, for example, it's skyrocketing. I don't know what the reason is, but we are getting a good amount of CO2 here. Yep. And the percentage of pollutant is decreasing. Why? Because it's a percentage. The amount of pollutant is not decreasing. Yeah, do we have to stare at that thing to see how full the pipe is? No, we don't. We can make a pipe analyzer. Not a pipe analyzer, a pipe meter that exists for the liquid pipes and for the gas pipes. Come on, dude. can even be placed there. Okay, that's nice. Aha, the pressure is decreasing. We're basically sucking away everything that was in there. It was 3 megapascals, and now there's nothing. So the furnace is now ready for use, because it's virgin. Yeah, I mean, who cares about that little bit of gas that's left in there? One thing I should do already is I should close up. Do I have glass on me? No, I do not. I should close up that wall so we can open the wall from the inside here to break into that new part of the station. I have already checked the walls, but I would like to check them again, because that's always the thing. When you're looking forward to something, then something might go wrong, and here this might be just the fact that not all walls are closed. But they are. Man, the frame rate is tanking. What is happening? It must be all the things that I built there. Not built, but the things that are lying around. I have had much larger stations that didn't have that problem. Alrighty, pressure is basically none. Let's turn this off then. And now prepare the smelting that we want to do, because we should be somewhat systematic about that. Okay, now since I could just use this dude now to get my ice in my container there, but this would eat a lot of electricity that I don't want to invest, that I don't want to waste. And because I haven't yet logic programmed that dude, which is simple, you just need a logic writer which writes into the setting value of this and reads its value from a memory chip, whose value you can set with the screwdriver, and which you don't even have to set, because 0, as in 0 Kelvin, is a good target temperature for that dude, for it can only heat, it cannot cool. So you need 2 chips and a wire, and then that's done. But I mean, the station is going to heat up a lot soon, and I don't want to waste electricity, and so we'll just toss that stuff down. So let's start with that. The action beginneth. Do I have some iron here to make some more steel? Or not? I mean, I know that I smelted a lot of iron already into ingot form, which is not a problem. You can just use the ingot then and toss that in the furnace. Not a problem. I mean, it's not like there is no difference, but the difference is irrelevant for the purposes. But it looks like I don't have too much iron, actually. I mean, I can make 1 stack. No, that's not iron. Then coal. So that is our steel that we can make. Okay, let's make another. God damn it, this is such a chaos. It's unbelievable. And it's gonna be, suddenly there's gonna be like, I pull the plug from the bathtub and all the mud will flood out in a few minutes when everything has been solved. Okay, never mind the electricity saving. What are we getting here? 6,400 watts. Constant. Our station batteries will be so full, man.
Power low.
So, a mining backpack. I will keep that in my right hand anyway, because I want to keep my hands full so that I can toss my split ices directly into the furnace. So, maybe I should already make 2 stacks of... But I don't have that much silver, so I can't. Where's that other silver? Where did I put that? Nope, that's not the silver. I know I had silver. There it is, okay. And of course, we can of course also melt the gold. I don't have to do that now decidedly. What we could also do is here on the output side we could add a chute with a stacker. So if we melt all the gold in one go, then that will all stack up and then come out as 500 ingots, as a 500 ingot on the other side. Or it would come out earlier if we change the flavor, of course. That's very convenient actually, but I'm not going to do that now, because there's no room here. Or is there? I could put the stacker, this stacker, I mean it's so close, it's as if it's meant to be there. Should I add another layer to this cake of complication? Yes, I will. Because then the success orgasm will be even larger. And who doesn't like a good orgasm? So can I place that on the cable? No, I cannot. So I have to reroute that cable. Where exactly? I don't know yet. Where is the cable? There's more cable over yonder. It's so insane what I'm doing here, isn't it? Why do you do it then? Because, and that's enough of a reason. Shush! So, there would be a chute here that goes down. And then it goes to the side. To this left side? No, I would say, well, that would be in front of the locker. Not a good way to place it. But I want to have some opportunity to put something into this thing. Maybe, not sure if I should turn it like this. Yeah, let's turn it like this. So ridiculous, man. Oh, I can't get through this. Well, I will not be able to get through here either. Then I have to walk through here. Every time. Ah, that's doable. Oh, I put it away even further. This storm is already over. But the two batteries are full. Where do I put this dude? I need some chutes first. So this goes down. Maybe this locker needs to go away. I mean, we will have a new section soon. Yeah, let's do that, whatever. Let's do away with the locker. So, there is no... Oh, this landed actually in the ice crusher. Hilarious. There will be even more clutter. It's fun, basically. Particularly if it gets too hot, I have to open the door and then my seeds will be gone. Whatever will I do? I mean, this is so... I mean, it's fun, this chaos. It's fun. I like it. Particularly since I know that I can solve it, and it will. Oh, what happened there? No, in this direction, but then I need the other one. Yep. So this goes down, then it goes to the right, and then I want to have an opportunity to toss something in, so that I can also arbitrarily stack things with this one stacker. So, chutes, I made a few apparently. Not enough though. Now I need a junction which allows to combine inputs. Okay, now what we have now here is we have this from left to right direction and the from top toss in direction. Exactly what I need. Now come on. Now I need two more, please. Two more of these. Some iron maybe? Okay. Two more for one thing that I need to build the inlet. And then I can stack like I did before, but now this furnace also stacks. See how this is mutating and taking different forms and meanings? Isn't that interesting, man? So now we have the problem that I need this dude to input the number. Oh, that actually works. No, the largest size is 500. Okay. I think they should have caught that before I changed that manual, but anyway. 500. Instead of clicking 1,000 times, I can just use that labeler tool. Pointing at this wheel, of course, not pointing at the entire thing. Now we need power. Good thing this is so close to where it was. I mean, it's kind of like we're decoding the station. It's as if it has some kind of... what's the word? As if there's a meaning that we are about to decipher by uncluttering this whole thing and building it together in the way that's just most efficient based upon what we already had. Oh, right. So that's that. Let's turn that on. We have enough electricity. Then this dude we don't have to turn on. Does it have power? It does have power. Now let's prepare the smelt. Where is my backpack? Where did I toss that? Oh, there. So we can make steel, then we make electrum, then we need to make solder, and solder we will eventually need to make again. And I realized to do that I will need iron, and I don't have iron. That's bad. Do I really not have iron? It's such a ridiculous thing to not have. Yeah, how full is the dude? Can we see that? Well, we would have to put in a pipe analyzer so we can see it. Let's put a pipe analyzer for liquid. No, a pipe analyzer. I mean meter. The pipe analyzer also exists. It's an electronic device that you can use to find out if there's still gas or liquid in a pipe, depending on what type you use, with logic, with programming. There is no more room. It's so... I always tell myself not to zip compress my stations too much, and then I always end up with stuff like this, but this is really taking the cake. So we see 101 liters. In other words, the little ice that I had tossed down there didn't do much. We can just toss down all the rest. And this will now significantly cool down the station. Good thing though we have a radiator, and good thing though that we actually need it coincidentally. But I need iron. Can I actually not make the steel this time? This sucks, man. Almost 200 liters. And counting. That's a lot to drink. Maybe I should drink something while I'm at it. Apparently the bottle is not being refilled because there's some pollutant, or maybe it's because the thing is not switched on, but I guess both. No iron to be found. How much iron do I have in the devices? 44. None, basically. 22, 32. That's overall rather meager. And I have no iron smelted here, only steel. Well, then I can't make the steel now, because I need to make solder. And I would actually like to make more solder. So let's do that then. Let's make more solder. And how much steel can we make? We have 1 stack of iron here that I can utilize for this. The big cleanup is already beginning. Do we have everything in order? Yep, and that was not necessary really. So this is what I want to smelt. Definitely I want to make electrum, and definitely I want to make solder. And what about the steel? If I have only one stack of iron, then what I need is 16 coal. Coincidentally I have that here, because 3 times 16 is 48. And all the rest I will just stuff in to get the ingots stacked to nice 500 ingots. So there will be so much order after this, man. I'm looking forward to it. The video's length so far, 10 minutes before 5 hours. Let's go. My hands are not full, that's not good. No, they are. Let's first split oxide to verify that I'm standing in the right position, okay. And light it up, baby. First I want to make the electrum. We need up to 2.4 megapascals, not more. So it's currently way too hot. But oh, okay, that would have helped if it were on the other side, I guess. Now unleashing that out there to the planet, and I realize, no I don't realize, after everything that happens up there is not insulated, but it doesn't hurt as long as there's no gas in there. Hey, actually, what am I saying? There's always gas in there. All the time, man. I want to fix that. Stat. Not that I need to, but okay. I mean, we're going for perfection. Okay, fixed. There was constantly gas in there from the planet, and therefore there was constantly cooling down of my station. Which is at 53 degrees now, which is a bit hot. It's cooling down, okay, a bit more. 2.4 is the maximum for this mixture.
Power critical.
And then it goes green, and then we will have electrum, which is being stacked there. Now I want to make solder. So let's put all the I have to take care. Right, I don't have that thing on me. That's what's happening. It's important that this is closed, else I will just make a lead ingot, which I can then of course toss in again, like I said. By the way, all the ore that I mine has gases. I already said that in the previous video, in the episode 1. This gas will now be released into the furnace by the act of smelting that. But you can actually off-gas ore. I have to reach 550 Kelvin maximum, and then I will have solder. So we're looking good. This is a good furnace run so far. I can just use a temperature of, I think, 100 Celsius. I think it was 100 degrees Celsius. Oh yeah, okay. Now we have solder in there. 200 solder, not bad. And now while we're at it, let's also make some steel, but the station temperature is increasing, and so now it's time to break down the wall. We should also have the cleanup, I see. So let's kick this dude in the nuts because we definitely need more heat now. 500k, but we need... do we need to make steel? Yes, we do. Kicking off. Okay, 16 and 48. Is it? Oh, okay. Not closed. And steel. Alright, I turned that off stupidly. 64 grams of steel. And now toss in all the rest. While keeping that thing open. I don't want to do any mixtures now, just toss it in, forget it. Yeah, that was not the wisest move. This takes a lot of heat to smelt, and currently we still have a lot in there, so I should have done that first. Doesn't matter really. For that we have the throw-in of the stacker. You can just stack the 2 ingots that come out there, no problem. It's important that this is open, else I would be creating the absolute bastard mixture that will not ever result in any meaningful recipe, and then later I would have to get all of that out again by means of centrifuge. So it's working. Any more nickel? No. Some iron. I actually don't know what the temperatures are that they need. I would just toss that stuff in and hope for the best. I know that copper and gold don't need high temperature. See, copper is smelted by the arc furnace rather slowly in comparison to iron, which is fast. Iron takes a relatively high temperature here, I think, in this furnace, but is fast in the arc furnace. Copper and gold don't take such high temperature in here to smelt, but they are slow in the arc furnace and they're fast in this one.
Temperature high.
Yep. Why is the temperature high? Because my battery is out, and so my suit has no longer any AC capacity. And that's it. That's all the things I wanted to smelt. Alrighty, now we let that thing cool down, which will heat up the station, as we can see, a lot. So we actually have to cool it. I have no cooling mechanism so far. I would have to open the door. Since I don't want stuff to blow out the station, I would first have to bring some order into this incredible chaos, but now I can, and so I will. What just happened? I always do the mouse drag thing because sometimes I can't get myself to introduce new information into my habits. I mean, I could just double click on the thing and it would go into the right slot, I guess. Yeah, okay, this is the outdoors. I want to keep this visible, so let's put the locker here. And while we're at it, let's make 2 more lockers. As in 4 lockers. Yep. Let's start with the valuable stuff. Oh, what's that? Maybe we can still smelt that, who knows? Oh, no, there's furnace is already too cold for that. But, I mean, look at the stuff that we just did. 64 grams of steel, 16 grams of silver, 100 of lead, and 2 of iron. For whatever reason, we only have 1 silicon ingot here. I don't understand why. There should be 2. Lots of nickel. Oh, right, maybe I was mistaken. Maybe it was the nickel. Oh, too early. And now it's 1. Haha. Oh, right, we have enough lockers now, thank you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It stacks up to 5? That's retarded, man.
Waste tank caution.
Yeah, my waste tank is rather full already. No wonder. I mean, my oxygen is currently pumped like is being pumped like crazy into my waste canister because it is so hot in here, and the AC of my suit needs some support from the airflow. I don't know how deeply that is simulated, but I assume it's simulated exactly like I just described, as in if the gas in my bottle would be colder, then that would be less of an issue. Yeah, this is a lot of micromanagement right now. But this I usually don't have, because usually I don't have to take so many things from A to B, and usually A and B are not so far apart. Remember when in the first episode, the previous video, the gas tank had cooled down to minus 45 degrees, absolute murder, and now it's at 25 plus. And the water? Yeah, it's doing its part. What about my water bottle? Well, there it is. Finally it has melted. It was above 0 already, but for some reason it was still frozen. Now it is just water, like it's supposed to be. So, anything more lying around here? Yeah, of course. A network analyzer. Yeah, and my hands are full, stupidly. This is garbage. This is not quite... Didn't I have more building materials to pick up? I don't see them though. Huh, okay, maybe not then. I'm not sure where to put there, so I'll put it here because the building materials I will have to access often, and therefore I will not forget where that thing is because I will see that too often. Still so much nickel ore that I haven't smelted. Hilarious. Well, let's put that in my first mining backpack then. Yeah, let's let out some air. Oh fuck, what did I just do? The pressure differential is so large, I just tossed away half of the smelting results, and that was damn stupid, man. But something like that had to happen. See, the more I stretch the focus on an incoming... okay, I have to empty my waste tank also. On an incoming reward, the more... there will obviously something will be in there, usually my own decision making, that will introduce some very undesired factor. That is always the case, for whatever stupid reason. But I don't know if I can find that stuff again, because it flew quite intently, didn't it? But I want to find out. I mean, seriously, that stuff, I need it back. Too bad the sun will not come out for a while. So where was that? That was here. I opened this and then Shazam. And that is probably impossible to find. Man, all of that stuff. All my smelt results, that was so fucked up. You know what? Fuck it. I will reload the game. This is a blunder that I don't accept. Good thing I had just saved, huh? Not too much lost. Yeah, sometimes it needs to load in some chunks, and that might then happen all at once, and that's what just happened, so it will stall a bit. But the terrain system is due for an overhaul anyway. So these things, I would like to keep them around. Do I have some more ore that I want to get? No, that stays here. That's exactly the stuff that stays here. This is basically recycling material, because I mean I have a wrench, and the pickaxe I will never need, and that empty filter I will also not need. What do I do with these things? I throw them in the recycler, and then they will become some brown ball of dirt basically. And
Waste tank critical.
and then I open my waste tank, though I don't want to.
Temperature high.
Ah, damn. Okay, I have to. Yeah, this is why you gotta have better cooling solutions, and not this ridiculous I open the door to the planet thing that I'm going on here, which only works because this planet's atmosphere happens to be oxygen, the one thing that I need to breathe. Almost 500 grams of copper, man. I'm getting some order into this bitch. So, to make ingots I need gases and shit. I have that in here, so I will just keep this guy around. Makes sense. $80 degrees. That is so hot. That's the room in which we live right now. 80 degrees Celsius. Any loose items? Building material. Another one. Silicon. Oh, and another one. Anything in the airlock where it usually flies due to the decompression when I open it to the indoors? No. Anything here? No. There's some more stuff. Okay. Dude. I waited long enough. Oh. Interesting. Yeah. That's the way, man. These two, let's carry them over here. Yeah, right, I could have made another waste canister instead of emptying this one recklessly, but that's what happened now. Look at all the space we suddenly got. I haven't yet made up my mind where to put what, so... let's just pick the first place that comes to mind. What's the pressure in here, by the way? Oh my god. 149 kilopascals. That is such high pressure. See, 100 is normal on Earth. Double the pressure would be 200, obviously. And these walls, they can withstand a pressure differential of 200 kilopascals. Out there we have a pressure of 40 kilopascals, so if we reach 230, that's still fine, but if we reach 240 plus, then the walls will take damage. There are walls that are more stable than these, but that's not the walls that have made my station off so far, so yeah. I think we have done it. Nothing more lying around, flying around. Yeah, interesting. Okay. Then let's open the door. This vastly decreases our CO2 levels. Still over 70 degrees, but the pressure in here is still so much higher than on the outside. It's no wonder that it pushes to the outside and we don't really benefit yet. So this is not the best cooling solution, is it? No, there are better ones, of course. You can, for example, use a counterflow heat exchanger through which you then pump the bitter cold air from the outside and pump the air from the inside also through that thing. And that will cool down your station rather quickly. Oh, look at that. I cooled it down too much. Okay, how hot is the furnace still? Hot enough, so we don't have to bother with that. It will warm up. It will warm up again. Boy, we have an extension here. Now let's turn on the scrubber so I can drink again. There are better ways to do that. It just shows the simplest, most rudimentary ones that will also show you some nice aspects of the simulation. This can be turned off. And it's actually very cold in here, right? And we need some more CO2. Well, guess what? Just turn the dude on and get some more CO2 and more heat also. And then turn it off again. I should make a counterflow heat exchanger and make that cooling solution happen so we have a proper solution instead of always venting our nice mixture that we have here. And also, what if I want to keep the pressure? That's also a thing, right? If I want to keep that, then yeah. We need a counterflow heat exchanger. Can we make that with this or do I have to upgrade this first? Oh, motherfucker. Motherfucker, I have to... The counterflow heat exchanger is made from the kit counterflow heat exchanger and is made with the hydraulic pipe bender Tier 2. We don't have Invar though, and nor do we have the materials necessary to upgrade this thing to Tier 2. That is actually done here in the electro printer. So I look here for mod, and we find the electronics printer mod. And once this thing is modded, it can print the mods for all the others. So the auto lathe prints all the printers, and the electronics printer prints all the upgrades of the printers. And to do this, we need steel, electrum, constantan, and solder. We now have solder, lots of it. We have electrum. What am I doing? I have electricity here. Oh, look at that. Let's drink something, shall we? Ah, so nice to have the helmet open. Yeah. But we need constantan, and we will also need Invar. I'm pretty sure that we do. And I don't know if you have the materials to make that happen, so let's see what that is. Constantan requires nickel, we have nickel, and we have copper, alright. And then we have Invar, which requires, fuck me sideways, iron. I can of course try to scrape together some of the iron that we still have here. The 2 grams of iron up there. Oh, interesting. Maybe I should stack together all the steel that we have. Traditionally, that's how we do this now. Nickel. So I would like to upgrade the manufactories, so I'd like to make Invar and constantan. The sun is still relatively high, so I opt to do this just now, except I'm realizing that we need some more oxygen here in our canister.
Air tank critical.
And this can be emptied once more. It's now filling very much slowly. You can see the countdown is much slower than earlier, because now there's not such a hot environment. The building material can go here. The heavy cables I will just put here. The tracker chip I should keep on me. Let's see what the batteries are saying. The drill. My own battery. These batteries. Okay, we are equipped. Where is that window? Oh, here. Alright, this can be turned off. Temperature in here is 36 degrees, 37. It's increasing still, because the furnace just keeps farting its heat into the environment.
Temperature low. Temperature critical. Temperature low.
Hey, my lung damage is now yellow. I did not take a pill, so very slowly over time, very slowly you heal. Interesting. So I need iron, only iron, and that's all I need. For happiness. Now look at that. Let's look at the station from the outside. Okay, that was productive. Iron. Oh, I didn't turn on the beacon. That's not helpful, but okay. We find iron in any place, so we don't have to go far. There's coal, hilariously. I need iron though. I will now probably choose the direction in which the least iron can be found. Direction needs to be 180. Let me just change that. Funny. This song is called Earth Tone or Frozen Waste. I don't know which is which. Iron. So direction of station is 180. Hey, wait, where was it? Oh, up there. And this won't work, because this is full. Meanwhile, the station is heating up. So if I would have some plants up there, that would be good. That wasn't much iron. I'm used to finding more in a place. But alright, play it like this then. You will see. I said that karma is a real thing. Because the universe is a mirror. It is. For the soul. So but just be beautiful and bathe in your own glory. Like I will. No, I'm not serious. My lawyers told me to say that. Iron, please. So now I'm going against the grain. Ah, there is some. Okay. See, the problem currently is, I mean, if you want to talk apocalypse a bit, that when you look in the mirror that the universe is, you're not seeing your own face, but everybody's faces. It's a distorted mix, but this shit will clean up. I'm not sure if I should tell you these things, but well, anyway. So everybody will be looking into their own face, ultimately. This doesn't mean that everybody will be alone, it just means I'm talking justice here. I mean, one person doing something wrong shouldn't lead to someone else suffering. Instead, when you push down a hand on a hot plate, you should always feel as if your own hand is being pushed down on the hot plate. I mean, you should feel the pain that you cause. And you should feel the bliss that you create. This will make a just world. Because as soon as you feel your hand is on a hot plate, you will take it away. And that's often all that's missing, that people realize that what they're doing is wrong, or that they realize that there's or that the cop is seeing it now, you know. Because cop didn't see it, I didn't do it, doesn't apply. Someone saw it, as in someone was affected by it. And that's not the way we should play this game. Coexistence, life, eternity and all that. It's not nice. I mean, the goal is beauty on all levels. And that kind of behavior is not beautiful. And so when they look in the mirror, which they will see something that is not beautiful, and they will reject that. And so they will change. That's the plan, I think. I read that somewhere. In, I don't know, a book, yeah, it was the Bible or the Quran or the Torah or someone wrote it somewhere, and I'm just regurgitating that because I'm unoriginal. Yeah, okay, we have some iron. Let's go direction of almost 180. Oh, that was a nice jump. Reminds me, I saw once in my youth a show that went over several episodes, and I don't remember it clearly, but I know it was about a boy from the stars who fell from the stars down to Earth. Of course, that's for children. That's not how it would work in reality. And who could jump extremely far, who could jump like 20, 30 meters far. I don't remember more. Nope. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Fuck it, gonna go home. Nothing to be seen. Ah, there we go. Someone left the light on. Yeah, someone will program the light to be off during the day. Good thing that my lungs are healing. That's really good news.
Temperature high.
Okay. Well, we need the smelteria once again. So let's prepare once again what we want to smelt. This is just the spam stuff that we want to stack up. Same for this. But here we want to do some stuff. And I would say we make a good batch of Invar, which requires this here. I don't know, I think the mixture was 50-50, but we will of course look that up instead of botching that whole thing. Is this still recording? My god, 5.5 hours. Who's supposed to watch that? Well, those who want to know the secrets of creation. They have to be patient. Yeah. Some truths are so simple, no one would accept them. So now we have the, whatever this will be, I think Invar, 50-50 iron and nickel, alright, in a very specific temperature range, and this is tricky to make. Since that thing is still so hot, I opt for just releasing that all into the atmosphere out there, because I need a clean furnace to achieve this kind of pressure, this kind of temperature. See, achieving pressure is not a problem. Achieving temperature is a problem, and achieving high pressure. Usually I arrive at something when I am between 18 and 20 megapascals pressure. Usually my temperature is lower, so I have to put in some more fuel stuff. But then the pressure will rise, so that's tricky. But I know that if you start with an empty furnace, then that's not so hard. And Constantin, which is also good at this point in the playthrough, is similar. It needs a bit more of megapascals of pressure, and so it can basically be done right after without any interference. Yeah, and what does that need? It needs copper and nickel. Do we have copper? We have 490 grams of copper, which means we have copper. And I realized that what I'm trying to do doesn't quite work. Because the rest I have to take from here. Okay, we need 50 copper, please. Ah, shit. 43 degrees again. And the eggs, they're still open. Where is that thingy? Oh, there it is. Nope. Yeah, once we have the advanced manufactories, which should be soon, in half an hour or so, then I can make the advanced tool belt, and then we have more slots, and then that will be fun. And obviously then I will stop. Man, it's so late already. And the video is so long already. That's what she said. So, if you think about it, a woman saying, in a "that's what she said" context, the video is already this long. What is she talking about? That is fun to think about. I mean, anyway, so here we have the copper, and then we will also need the nickel. Oh, that is well placed here, I think. The nickel. So I will take that in the same way, only this time I will take 100, obviously, instead of 2 times 50. That would be retarded. Oh no, leave that on. Okay, now we have 50 and 50, which is 100 and 100. So we can do this, but first we have to do that, which was the Invar recipe. Now let's stuff my hands full of stuff. Oh, maybe I want to swap this. And do another run, though it's so hot in here already, I'd rather want to open the door now. And once you have the counter for heat exchanger, it will be easy to cool this bitch down, because this thing is ridiculously strong, particularly with the cold of Europa. This will be easy. So, pressure, a few kilopascals, who cares? Let's toss some stuff in then. Where is my... oh. By the way, this user interface, the whole thing can be scaled. And this is not 100% scale, it's like 80% or 90%. So I already have more screen real estate than you usually have. Interesting, I just ran in the wrong direction. You're getting old. Yeah, sure, whatever age really is, you know? Or time, for that matter. So, let's do put some oxide in there. And some volatiles. And some more. And some more. And probably more still, but I rather want to see what's up. And then I want to stuff this in. Of course it's green, but I don't want to make Iron Man. Because that film exists already. I thought about making a Bond film, by the way, at some point. I know the Bond franchise has been raped, not in good ways. I mean, wait, what the fuck am I saying? It has been raped recently and it's not in good state, that's what I mean. I mean, Casino Royale was really good. That was a good Bond, and finally I thought, I mean, after all the Brosnan films, which I didn't like, finally some good, finally the Bond thing can kick off again. But then they came with Quantum of Solace and such, which I didn't like. I didn't like those films, and particularly Skyfall was absolute dog shit, my god. Shouldn't this be... (18 to 20 megapascals, 1.2 to 1.5. Oh, it's too hot! Now that was unlikely. Well, let's cool it down then. Put some more oxide in there, which is, as we know, ice. Which will of course increase the pressure a bit. but not too much. And now we just wait. So I was thinking about making a Bond film. That is a plan that I have somewhere in the future, when the means are there, and they will be. And that idea is as follows. It would be, see, at the beginning of Casino Royale, I thought, oh, it's black and white? Man, these guys are cool. And then it was only the intro sequence, and I liked that too, yeah. I mean, that it was just the intro sequence, it was okay, but I would have liked to make one in, would have liked to see one that is completely black and white. Okay, here we have Invar and more Invar. Right, because the stacker is set to 100. Hilarious. Let's change that. Seriously, I have nothing free? That sucks. And now let's make the constant, which takes this stuff. So, and I was thinking about making one that will be black and white, but will be 3D, in three-dimensional black and white film. Have you seen that? And will have a high frame rate, like the Hobbit films have been filmed. And also, I would like to use wide camera angles, very wide. Like here, for example. So it would require a certain viewing equipment, basically, because I mean the medium of film still has a few things ahead of it that haven't yet been done, or let's say maybe they have been done, but of course they have to be financially viable. But I'd like to experiment. Here we go. Constantin, alrighty. I mean, yeah. And now let's smelt all the rest. So it would be very wide angle, and I would use probably heavy CGI and rendering and such to support, for example, fight scenes, because I would like those to be done without cuts from one perspective constantly. No constant flipping of the camera to different angles. The action shall entirely be that which is shown, nothing else. And then I would like to do this old style, you know, back then when the black and white, or the old secret agent films and such, espionage films, where they would play these trumpet chords for emotional expression and such. I like to go there. It's not quite done too much. And make an actual classic spy film. This would not play in the age of smartphones, where somehow everything is possible and non-locality has been achieved, which takes away a bit from the experience of what can be had. I mean, why do you run to a place if you can just tell someone, like the cops do in their network? So, I mean, it is useless to run from the cops. I mean, they will get you anyway. Because they're non-locally networked. Speed of light, man. So basically an old school Bond with some interesting flavor. That's what I like to do. I was thinking about... yeah, actually I don't have the name now in my head, so forget it. So we can now make the upgrade. Let's do that then. Invar... What do we need actually? Electroprinter. Needs for the electronics printer mod. Steel, electrum constantan, and solder. Let's put some steel in there. Not all that much though. What? What? Oh. I was mistaken as to the amount I was beholding. steel. Now, electrum, 8 grams. We don't need that much. And Constantin and solder. Wait, that's Invar. I need solder. What? What was it again? Oh, Constantin. Whoa, hello? Oh, right. Of course. So the electronics printer mod then, thank you very much. Too bad we only have one electronics printer. Still rather chaotic, but much more cleaned up than before. Feels better, doesn't it? This is only iteration 1 of the cleanup. I don't know when I will do iteration 2 or what that's gonna look like. Currently I'm kind of under pressure because I want to finish this. Usually I have some kind of schedule here. I'm once again bending that completely out of shape. So now we have only ingots in here and for some reason some of that stuff. And of course what we need for smelting. Oh wait, what am I saying? Didn't I have some... Where's all that oxide, man? This is empty. Some stuff in here. I do have enough volatiles now, I think so, yeah. How warm is it in here, by the way? 119 degrees. God damn it. Man, it's still so hot. Any ingots lying around? Nope. $93. Man, this prints for a long time. Oh, here we can see the pressure on the pipe. 20 megapascals. So we take this thing into one hand. And the screwdriver in the other. And Shazam, this is the upgraded electroprinter. Now we can make the upgraded tool manufactory. I need more steel,
Temperature low. Temperature critical.
Don't forget to change the recipe. It is super annoying to have printed multiple of these when you probably ever only need one. 19%, so this takes a while. Bum 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 bum. Yeah, maybe clean up some more. So this is something that is nice and actually essential sometimes, but not so necessary. So let's put in the general area of garbage. Portable devices. Bim-bi-dim and bim-bi-dum. Yeah, isn't it funny? I mean, how you can play all this, how it is all simulated.
Temperature high.
I mean, it's so real.
Temperature low.
Everything works together. Everything is a real thing. No fake.
Waste tank caution.
And my waste tank is once more full. Maybe I should make some more extra canisters here. Let's make 2. Okay, next one please. That would be the pipe bender mod.
Temperature high.
Because I would very much like to make the counterflow heat exchanger, thank you. But first, I want to indulge myself. I want to indulge in the bliss and the blessing that is all the new things that we can now print, the new tools.
Temperature high.
God damn it.
Temperature high.
For example, the tool belt Mark II, which requires Constantin.
Temperature low.
Yeah.
Temperature critical. Temperature low.
Okay, now it is time to change. The new tool belts. The same thing, except 1 extra row, and 2 of these are even arbitrary slots. Where's the screwdriver, man? Oh yeah, classic. And the tool belt that we had so far, I have really no use for it. I mean, I have never found a use for that, so that would be the garbage collection. And while we're at it, let's make the mining belt Mark II. Needs some steel. Do we have steel? Yep. So here we have the pipe bender mod. Suddenly everything flies into the sky, and then we need the auto lathe mod, for which we need steel. Oh, and we can make the heavy mining drill. Yeah, of course.
Power low.
Steel, electrum, invar, solar. Yeah, not now. Constantin no longer. Auto lathe printer mod. So again, what was this? There's some weird quirk. You can turn off this printer, and when you point at this area, which will then be invisible, whether the printer is modded or not, you can see what's in there. Same for the auto lathe, same for the pipe bender, but here you cannot. Here the device needs to be on. And now let's have fun with the mining belt also. Which is just the same thing with one extra row. And this other mining belt I want to keep around, because it is useful in case I want to keep some gases in a corner or whatever. It's not something I want to toss away, it's not necessary. So we need Invar, 10. Then we need steel, which is currently completely...
Temperature high.
Oh, god damn it.
Temperature high. Temperature low.
Electrum, 5 grams. Do we have electrum? We do. And solder, which we should have. Here we go. Now we need 10 grams of steel. So, all the manufactories have now been upgraded to Mark II, and that's the only Mark there is. First name Mark, second name 2. So I would like to... What was in my mind just now? Ah, it's gone, fuck. First get out the steel. God damn it, where's the steel? 14 grams, and we need 10. Okay, we need to make more steel. And for that we need to harvest, we need to mine. And for that we need a mining drill, and we're making one that will make the mining much more fun. Anyway, and now it's time for making the IC-10. The chip. Gold, steel, electrum, solder. Are you kidding me?
Temperature high.
I have 4 grams of steel. That's just the steel I need. That's hilarious. Some gold, please. And what else do we need? Solder. Do we have some solder? We do.
Oxygen critical.
Oh, right. Lung damage, man. I might actually go unconscious now and need to swallow the pill. I didn't take care. So here's my mining drill that I had so far. And this old dude goes away. No longer needed. Basically it can also be shredded, but I don't want it. Because some traders want you to sell one to them with a full battery. Okay, there's the chip, which we could place, for example, in here, and then we could start programming almost right away. But I'm not going to do that this time. It is too... I mean, the video is too long already. But good thing that I pushed for all this crap. And the IC housing I would also like to have. What does that need? Steel and so we don't have any steel. We need some more copper. I can put that in at least. And let me turn that off. But good thing we don't need to make a housing. If we just make an atmospherics kit, then we already have all that we need. So my lungs are red. They will heal eventually, I hope. Otherwise I have to swallow the pill. Bitter as it is. And that should be all for today. We upgraded everything. We have the heavy mining drill, so next time we can really step on the gas. And we can... Oh, can I make the computer already? Because I will also need one for programming. Yep, so let's make...
Temperature high.
God damn it.
Temperature low.
And then we also need the IC programming motherboard. The temperature is no longer rising this quickly. That's because the furnace is kind of running out of steam, of course. Yeah, but for the housing we need steel, we don't have any. Whoa, what a run. All the things we have accomplished. Larger station, light, second station battery, some order in this incredible chaos. We have the advanced manufactories. We have solder. We have Constantin. We have Invar. We have the IC-10. Only thing missing is the housing. We have the advanced mining drill. We have achieved so much. Too bad I can't continue now. But that's the way it is. We have to face that. And I'll see you next time, I hope.
Temperature
Yeah,
high.
yeah, it's hot, I know.
Temperature low.
And it's cold also. Why not both? Why not Zoidberg, you know? Finally done.